Let me acknowledge the presence of Senators Tol Tolentino, Senator Pia Cayetano, and Senator Franklin Drilon. Andiyan rin po si Senator Bato de la Rosa. Thank you for joining us today. For today's hearing, we will tackle resolutions number 955 filed by Senator De Lima and 982 filed by Senate President Soto and Senator Cayetano, which seek an inquiry in aid of legislation regarding the issues between the Philippine Athletes Track and Field Association, PATAFA, and Mr. Ernest John Obiena. Before we proceed with the opening statements, may we request the committee secretary to acknowledge the resource persons present today. Kindly, Comsec.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. For the inquiry in aid of legislation of the Committee on Sports, joined with the Committee on Finance, on PSR 955 and 982 regarding the controversy involving Filipino pole vaulter Ernest John Obiena and the Philippine Athletics Track and Field Association. We have the following resource persons as of the moment. From the Philippine Sports Commission, we have Mr. William Martinez, the chairman, Commissioner Celia H. Kiram, Commissioner Ramon Fernandez, Attorney Guillermo Iroy, the Executive Director, Ms. Marlita Ibay, the Deputy Executive Director, Ana Cristina Abellana, also the Deputy Executive Director, Mr. Eric Mayores, the Accounting Head, Ms. Ana Ruiz, the NSA Affairs Office Head, and Ms. Emmeline Bamba, the PCO Head, and Mr. Mark Velasco, the National Training Director. We also have Ms. Risha Ferrer. For the Philippine Olympic Committee, we have Representative Abraham Bambol Tolentino, the President, and Attorney Edwin Gastanes, the Secretary General. From the Commission on Audit, we have Ms. Salvacion Duana de Los Angeles, the Supervising Auditor for the Philippine Sports Commission, Mr. George Roman Lozano, Audit Team Leader also for the PSC, and Attorney Erwin Lapitan, Attorney 5, the Legal Affairs Office of the Commission on Audit. We also have Attorney Anisa Aziz from the same office. From the Philippine Athletics Track and Field Association, we have Representative Rufus Rodriguez, the chairman. We have Mr. Philip Elawico, the president. Mr. Felix Tiukinhoy Jr., a trustee of PATAFA. Engineer Noel Silva, also a trustee and treasurer. Attorney Aldrin Cabiles, the legal counsel. And Mr. Alfonso Santa Clara, a forensic auditor, the consultant of PATAFA. We also have Mr. Monico Pentebella, the president of the Samahang Weightlifting ng Pilipinas, a former chairman of the POC and a former commissioner of the Philippine Sports Commission. We have Mr. Ernest John U. Obiena, the national athlete for pole vault. Ms. Janet U. Obiena, the mother of Mr. Obiena. We have Mr. James Michael Laferty, a mentor of Mr. Obiena. We have Ms. Cynthia Carion Norton, the president of the Gymnastics Association of the Philippines. We have Ms. Natalie Uy, a national athlete for pole vault. From the coaches, from national coaches for track and field, we have Mr. Jojo Posadas, Mr. Sean Guevara, Mr. Arniel Ferreira. We have also Attorney Roberto Bruce Jr., the counsel of Mr. Obiena. Also, we have Attorney Alex Abisado, Attorney Rose Ann P. Rosales Vasquez, Attorney Ray Ann M. Co., and Attorney Maria Cristina B. Garcia Ramirez from the Gana Atienza Abisado Law Offices. We also have from the Philippine Legal Justice Center, Attorney Joma Corona. I'm sorry, not it in. And we have Mr. Roberto Siasoko Jose, a consultant of Mr. Obiena and is a conflicts resolution specialist. That would be all for the meantime, Mr. Chair.
At this point, may I request the COMSEC to administer the oath of our resource persons? Kindly, COMSEC.
Good morning. May I ask all the resource persons who are all online to raise your right hand for the oath? Right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this inquiry in aid of legislation of the Committee on Sports, joint with the Committee on Finance, on the controversy involving Filipino pole vaulter Mr. Ernest Obiena and the Philippine Athletics Track and Field Association. Can we hear you say I do?
I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Comsec. Let me just give a brief statement before we begin. Over the course of President Rodrigo Duterte's administration, we have witnessed the exemplary performance of the Philippines in various international sports competitions. In 2018, our country had a decent showing in the Jakarta Asian Games. Our athletes won 21 medals, 4 gold, 2 silver, 15 bronze to finish 19th overall. 4 notches higher than our country's rank in the 2014 Asian Games. In 2019, before the pandemic hit us, our country had the privilege of hosting the Southeast Asian Games. Nag-attend po ang ating Pangulo, kami po, sa opening. In an impressive performance, our country garnered 387 medals, 149 gold, 117 silver, 121 bronze, while being crowned overall champion out of the 11 participating nations. Even during the height of the pandemic, our athletes were able to sustain our momentum. Last year, for the first time, our country has bagged a total of 4 medals, 1 gold, 2 silver, 1 bronze in the Tokyo Olympics against all odds. This was by far the best performance of our country since it joined the Olympic Games. Marami pong kababayan natin ang hanga sa ating mga atleta dahil sa sakripisyong kanilang ipinakita. Araw-araw nilang binubuhos ang lahat ng kanilang makakaya sa training kahit pa nasa kalagitnaan tayo ng pandemya. Indeed, our athletes found ways to stay on top of their game despite strict quarantine restrictions both locally and abroad. In fact, they even have to endure being away from their loved ones for extended periods just to train and represent our country in their respective fields. Hindi po coincidence ang pag-angat ng ating bansa sa larangan ng sports. Alam naman po natin kung gaano kadelikado ang mga atletang Pilipino kapag nabibigyan lang sila ng tamang oportunidad at pag-alalay, suporta po maliban sa pagiging mapursige, likas po talagang magagaling ang mga Pilipino sa larangan ng sports. Kaya naman po nagpapasalamat ako sa ating mga Pilipinong atleta na dumalo dito ngayon. Salamat po sa karangalan na iyong naibigay sa ating bansa. Alam ko po, busy kayo sa inyong pag-iensayo, but please be assured that our discussions today will benefit you in the long run with the help and cooperation of various national sports associations, the Philippine Olympics Committee, and the Philippine Sports Commission. We aim to improve the quality of assistance you deserve. Over the past weeks, many of us were shocked by the widening rift between the PATAFA and Mr. E.J. Obiena over what appears to be issues on liquidation regarding the payment of Coach Vitaly Petrov. I am deeply concerned with what the whole issue had to end up with the expulsion of the world-class and promising Olympian from the Philippine national team and eventually the filing of criminal charges. Nandito po tayo ngayon para pag-usapan ng mga isyong ito at tugunan ang ugat ng mga excuse me. Nandito po tayo ngayon para pag-usapan ng mga isyong ito at tugunan po ang ugat ng mga nakakagulat na pangyayari. Sa akin naman po, nandito po ako para po magitna sa PATAFA at kay Mr. Obiena para maayos po ang gusot na ito. Priority ko pong maiwasan at hindi na maulit ang mga sitwasyong katulad nito. As we dig deeper into the controversy, we must bear in mind that our objective is for us to come up with a meaningful recommendations on how to boost the morale of our athletes, improve the performance in the respective fields, foster the relationship between the various organizations and athletes, and ultimately raise the bar of Philippine sports. Yet, we must do in a spirit of fair play and justice. Kami naman po dito sa Senado, full support po kami sa inyo. In fact, nag-umpisa na yung National Sports Academy. Inaprobahan po ito ng Kongreso at ng Pangulo. Meron ng eskwelahan. na pwede nang sabay na mag-aral at the same time nagti-training, training at the same time mag-aaral. Di tulad nun na nasasakripisyo po ang isa. Pag nag-training, nasasakripisyo ang pag-aaral. Pag nag-aral, nasasakripisyo ang training. Ngayon po, pwede na pong pagsabayin. Diyan po ito sa Clark. Malapit na pong matapos yung gusali na pinatayo ng gobyerno para po ito sa atleta. Anyway, kung may pagkukulang, punan. Kung may kalabisan, ayusin. Kung may gusot, plansahin. Pero hindi pwedeng hahayaan na lang natin na humantong sa ganito. After all, our sports programs are intended to bring honor for our country. And not only as a source of embarrassment in the international arena, kung hayaan lang po natin ito. In the spirit of transparency, I deem it proper to inform this committee that I am the honorary chairman of PATAFA. Such title was conferred to me by PATAFA before I was elected as senator and became the chairman of this before I became the chairman of this committee. To allay doubts of partiality, I never discharged any function related to this role. Being an honorary chairman is merely a title or honor without the usual obligations and remunerations. Sa makatuwid, isa lang po itong parangal na ginawa rin po sa akin, katulad rin po ng iba. Having said this, I implore everyone to be forthright and answer the queries of this committee truthfully for us to have a productive inquiry in aid of legislation. Having said this, may I ask my fellow senators if they have any opening remarks regarding this matter?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just have a quick short remark.
Go ahead, Senator Pia.
Mr. Chairman, I filed the Senate Resolution number 982 along with the Senate President. So it's here. I will not explain anymore the details. They're all here. If you look at if we read the now therefore be it resolved section at the very end, basically says that the end in view here is to strengthen relevant laws and policies to ensure athletes' welfare and sports development in the country, including the removal of administrative burden placed upon athletes to enable them to focus on their training and competition. So that is our goal here, Mr. Chairman. We have a situation where we have a extremely talented athlete representing our country. He has reached the Olympic level. If I'm not mistaken, he was the first or one of the first to qualify in the last Olympics because he qualified even a few years before the Olympics actually took place. But in the last year or so leading up to the Olympics and now wherein I understand there's going to be multiple competitions coming up, including the SEA Games, of course, he has had to deal with a situation where not only does he not have the support of his NSA, he has actually been ousted by his NSA, but he has had to be at the receiving end of accusations on his character, Your Honor. Now, I'm an athlete too. I'm not at the same level of EJ. Malayo po. But I also represented our country. And I continue to be an athlete in my own right, joining various competitions in triathlon and other sports that I love. And I need a good night's sleep. I need to have that peace of mind that I can totally focus on my game. And this is me, an amateur athlete. What more for a high-level international Olympian? Now, the records will show, it will come out later on, what this young boy has had to deal with in the months leading up to his competition. Not just accusations, but all kind of statements and calls in the middle of the night being made. You know, I don't even call my daughters when they have an exam. And this young man, as will be narrated later on, because he lives in a different time zone as well, has had to deal with so much stress coming no less from the NSA. I will let him narrate the situation, but the only thing I am focusing on in this opening statement of mine is simple. We all know that to be a great athlete, not only do you have to have the skill and the physical attributes, you need that mental mindset. And we have done everything to destroy this mindset of this young boy. So I want to hear from all the experts here, you know, heads of your own NSAs, members of different associations. Ganun ba tayo kayabang? Do we have 10 or 20 or 50 track and field athletes going to the Olympics such that we treat our athlete this way? We're the adults. We're the policymakers. So I want to know what kind of support we are giving these athletes. And we will hear from EJ if he let's get the record straight, because during the budget deliberations of the Senate, I moved to recall the budget of the PSC because of their failure to exercise their supervisorial powers over their NSAs after having seen how PATAFA was dealing with EJ. And I got a commitment before the entire Senate, no less from the chairman of the PSC, that he will resolve this. But is it resolved? Up to now, we have a situation where EJ doesn't even know if he will get the endorsement of his NSA. In fact, what he knows is he will not. And is that what we want for our country? Kung nagkamali si EJ, o di, let's see what is a commensurate reaction on the part of PSC kung na-delay man siya sa liquidation. Pero I call on every single one of us here attending. Aminin nyo, may assistant kayo para mag-liquidate ng sarili nyong mga gastos. Kahit ako, may assistant ako to help me liquidate my expenses. And we expect our national athlete who trains 8 to 12 hours a day, living alone with a different time zone, to liquidate on the spot. And if he doesn't, he's a bad person. He deserves to be insulted. And he deserves to be threatened to be taken out of a sport that he dedicated his life to. Is that how we treat our national athletes? So that's the reason for this, Your Honor. My record will show that I don't like this kind of investigations. My work is to do the nitty-gritty of lawmaking. But if we have to go through this by way of example to learn our lessons, then EJ is the sacrificial lamb, sorry to say. He's willing to come here. And by the way, this hearing is called at a time where it's 4 a.m. where he is. But he's here because he wants to set the record straight and also explain his side. Of course, we invited everyone because we also want to hear the other side. But at the end of the day, my objective, as I stated in the resolution, is to craft legislation and remove the administrative burden placed upon athletes to enable them to focus on their training and their competition. That is my opening statement, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Pia. May we also recognize our another senator physically present, Senator Tol Tolentino, for his opening statement, followed by Senator De La Rosa. And Senator Drilon, of course, if you have any opening statement, nauna rin po kayo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no opening statement to be placed on record. I might have a closing statement, depending on the facts that would be ferreted out from these proceedings. But I would just like to have this on record that the real reason for this investigation, with the permission of the chair and the sponsors, would probably to really ferret out the truth relative to the disbursement of funds. Congress has a right as an oversight function relative to the PSC funds,
And as far as this representation is concerned, I'm really curious about how a sports association is likewise governed by our corporation code, and that is probably what, as a lawyer, would interest me, how the bylaws of PATAFA is linked with the corporation code. So I would not be prolonging this. The Vice Chair, perhaps, Senator De La Rosa, would have his opening statement as well as the minority leader. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Tol. Senator Frank Drilon, do you have any opening statement, sir?
No opening statement.
Senator De La Rosa?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Doubtless, the athletes' perseverance, determination, and relentless effort to pursue success are the main keys to achieving their dreams. But we must also consider the efforts of the agencies that work in the shadow of their success. For unity is strength, and when there is teamwork, wonderful things can be achieved. It is only when a team works together that we truly achieve the recognition and greatness we aspire. We see this principle at work here in the Senate. We see this same principle in our families and most especially to sports. It is my hope that into this hearing, we'll be able to clarify the controversy between our national athlete, EJ Obiena, and PATAFA, in coming up with a fair resolution through legislation or executive issuance to prevent the repeat of this controversy. May we aspire to further ensure the welfare of our athletes, promote sports to our fellow Filipinos who aspire to bring honor for our country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right. At this point, let me lay down our ground rules for this hearing. To have an orderly discussion, we will allow questions from my fellow senators by order of their arrival. Given the nature of the controversy, we will give senators here a chance to propound their questions comprehensively. The resource persons are invited to answer as truthfully and comprehensively as possible. While we welcome manifestations, recommendations, and criticisms in this hearing, we wish to humbly request that we stick to the most crucial topics that this committee needs to address. In particular, number one, the rift between PATAFA and Obiena. Number two, the processes by which funds are given to, as well as utilized, disbursed, accounted by our national athletes. And three, best practices by which sporting associations apply on the matter of handling their athletes. The chairman reserves the right to interject questions. With the indulgence of my fellow senators, before we propound our questions, may shall hear first the statement of Mr. Obiena, followed by the statement of Mr. Huico as the president of PATAFA. Mr. Obiena, do you have any opening statement?
Yes, Senator. Thank you very much for letting me the floor. Your Honors, may I introduce myself? I'm Ernest John Obiena, 26 years old, a Filipino Olympian and current Asian record holder in the event of pole vault. I was born on November 17 of 1995 and raised in Tondo, Manila. I grew up near the LRT-1 station Arpapa in a small barangay called Barrio Obrero in sports-oriented family. I started pole vaulting when I was around 4 to 5 years old in Rizal Memorial Stadium, where my father trained when he was still representing Philippines. My mother, Jeanette herself, was a hurdler in her college years. I then followed their footsteps and represented Philippines in various competitions: Southeast Asian Games, World Championship, and most recently, the Olympics. I grew up in a modest family of four. My sister and I used our talent in this sport not only as our ticket for a better future, but because we loved our sports because we were kids. We were admitted to the Ateneo de Manila University and University of Santo Tomas as student athletes with athletic scholarship. the greatest opportunity came for me in 2014 when I qualified for the IAAF scholarship, now called World Athletics, and was sent in Italy to train under the guidance of Coach Vitaly Petrov. It is true that the newly elected PATAFA president, Felipe signed my endorsement. Since then, I have broken the national record 32 times, and not once have I mentioned the issue of money or incentive. Even if I was entitled under the law for every national record, I never asked for those incentives. Even if that, your honors, is the kind of athlete that I am, I exist for the love of sport, the hunger for honor, medals, and records, which is why I'm still here. So please excuse me if this sordid, embezzling, and money laundering financial world PATAFA insists I live in is alien to me. This is not how we national athletes think. In this case, the projection of malice tells me more about the accuser than it tells me about myself. With your indulgence, dear senators, please allow me to share my screen to review the past events of the 3 months. I believe that there are 5 important questions that needs to be answered correctly and truthfully that would summarize this whole issue. I believe today I would want to discuss the truth, the entirety of this matter. I believe the 5 questions that needs to be answered are as follows. Did I pay monies meant for Coach Vitaly Petrov, and was I on time? Number 2, did I abuse PATAFA and PSE process in liquidating funds? Number 3, did I forge signatures on Coach Vitaly Petrov's contract and acknowledgement receipt, as I was publicly accused by PATAFA as such? Number 4, how has this whole situation impacted me and my family? I think the most important question, number 5, why exactly did this happen? To answer question number 1, if I paid monies meant for Coach Vitaly Petrov, your honors, yes, I have paid, and I have even overpaid Coach Vitaly Petrov. Next slide would show the summary of payments that made and received of Coach Vitaly Petrov for the time period that being discussed as of today. Those 2 memos that were sent to me on November 15 demanded the return of 85,000 euros, which should cover the entire amount PSC and PATAFA releases for the payment of my coach. As you can see, some of the monies are paid through a third party, which is my mentor, Mr. Jim Lafferty. As I was having issues converting pesos to euros, he was kind enough to offer me help by converting pesos into euros. As you can see po, the total amount paid was 90,767 euros. All of this has bank transfers and confirmed by Vitaly Petrov himself. I overpaid an amount of 5,767. To answer the first question, if I paid Vitaly money, if he has received the total amount, yes, he have received more than what is being demanded by PATAFA. The next question, I believe, would be if I have paid my mentor, Mr. Lafferty, the transfers that he have made on my behalf going to Mr. Vitaly Petrov. And my your honors, I can answer this truthfully. Yes, I have paid Mr. Lafferty. Most payments were done before the transfer were even made or immediately after. And as a proof of the joint account, because of the so-called forensic accountant, Mr. Al Santa Clara, kept saying that my mom is the one who paid Vitaly Petrov, and it does not count because it is my mom's money. This is the receipt and proof that my account with my mom, the one that was used in the last 2 transfers to Mr. Vitaly Petrov, is mine. In my honest opinion, as a forensic accountant, as an athlete, and as the proof that they kept on showing in their press conference, there was a word or. It is either an honest mistake by a veteran forensic accountant or deliberate misinterpretation to set their narrative in motion. To further prove that I have paid Petrov the money is this email coming from the accounting office of PSC. As of January 21, Accounting Division of Philippine Sports Commission has notified me that all my previous unliquidated balance have been settled and that I have no more unliquidated balance as per their books. The letter that PATAFA sent on November 11, signed by Attorney Cabiles, instructing me directly to liquidate those releases of funds with PSC. I was only fully able to liquidate with PSC Accounting Division on January 21 because PATAFA won't provide me the original copy of contract between Mr. Petrov and Mr. Huico that PSC requires for liquidation. Even after multiple requests and follow-up, I have not received that paper. Only when I requested my coach, Vitaly Petrov, to submit his copy of the contract was I able to do the liquidation as stated above in your screen. Next question, I believe, is if I paid Vitaly on time.
Mr. Chair, if I may interrupt Mr. Obiena. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator Tol.
Yes, while the successive enumerations of the documents made by Mr. Obiena was perhaps not exactly covered by the Secretariat, but I do believe that we have a video of this presentation. May I move, Mr. Chair, that the documents be incorporated and successively marked as annexes by the good committee secretariat, because we don't have a copy physically here. He is in Italy, so there is a video footage of the documents shown. So my motion, Mr. Chair, is that we incorporate the presented documents as exhibits as part of the proceedings, Mr. Chairman. I see the hand of the good minority leader being raised.
Senator Frank. Okay.
May I request our colleagues to allow Mr. Obiena to finish his statement? I'm intently listening to it, and with all due respect to my colleague, Senator Tolentino, can we request EJ to finish his statement before we intervene and ask questions? Because otherwise, knowing how these proceedings go, this boy will never be able to tell us the story from his side. So that's my request, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, we accede, Mr. Chairman. I just interjected because apparently I would want to have the committee secretariat. We don't know where the committee secretariat here is to alert as to the presentation, to alert them as to the presentation of documents. They're behind me. Hindi ko po sila kilala, Mr. Chairman. I agree with the minority leader.
Thank you, Senator Tol and Senator Frank. We will act on your motion later, Senator Tol Tolentino. You may proceed with your presentation, Mr. Obiena.
Thank you very much, sir and Chairman Senator Bongo. The next question I believe that needs answering is, did I pay late? And yes, I did, and I have paid Vitaly Petrov late. I could have done a better job in doing this, but I think the best question to define that as well is who exactly are it. I will show an example of a board resolution board resolution number 0482019, dated January 8 of 2019, amount 3,176,250 pesos. It covers for the training period of November 2018 to October 2019. As you can see, the board resolution itself on your screen, on the right side of your screen, that's supposed to cover November 2018, was only published on January 8 of 2019. It was already 2 months late for the training period of the covered of the coverage of this board resolution. What makes it worse, it was not paid into one sum of money. It was paid in 5 different tranches with not equal amount, with no breakdown for me to easily follow disbursement. The first payment were made and 231,000 pesos and 471 deposited on January 31 of 2019. Number 2 is paid on February 22, 2019, amounting to 227,352. The next transfer is 600,000 pesos deposited on May 17, 2019. In this case, this is a special transfer as it is our money. My mom actually lent money to my NSA PATAFA to fulfill this payment. Tranche number 4 is a total amount of 1,082,000, which was deposited on June 19 of 2019. And last is 1.2 million pesos deposited on September 27, 2019. Your Honors, I believe it's very important to consider these 3 things. At first, the board resolution was late by 2 months, and it took a full 9 months before it was fully paid to me. Number 2, how could I define the splits per individual payment and individual payee? From my physio, to my coach, to my rent, to my competition, to my food, to my transportation. I cannot understand which of those payments are covering for such and for such and for such. This is why I asked the PSC a request to release, to show me a release of under their office on October of 2021 and a copy of board resolution covering those releases. And I think the most important thing to consider, Your Honors, is how would athletes who doesn't have insurances, doesn't have extra funds, handle emergency situation like this. On 2020 of July, I had a lower back surgery in Germany that cost 7,933 euros. And just recently, just last month, I had the left knee surgery, which I had a lateral meniscus tear, which cost 9,600 euros. All of these are going to be shouldered by us athletes without any funding, without any insurance. And how do I pay this? So to answer the first question, did I pay monies meant for Coach Vitaly on time? I did pay Vitaly all the money, but I was late. So to answer that, yes and no. Did I abuse then PATAFA and PSC processes to liquidating funds? I believe the best analogy for this conversation that I'm about to show you is the chicken and the egg. This is a typical conversation between athletes and sports officials. Athletes, I need to pay my staff, my coach, I need to pay my rent. We cannot pay without any documentation. We cannot pay without any receipt. Get a receipt, submit it, and we will pay. It would be easy if us athletes have multiple resources and funds that we could just pull out of the side and pay. But we don't have that amount of money. Okay, this is a little bit how it goes. So maybe you get the coach to sign an acknowledgement receipt, submit it, and we will pay. There's no issue. Money will go where the money needs to go, but the timing of papers is not really up to standard procedure. This is often the case, which is why, from my knowledge, acknowledgement receipt were never proof of payment, but a requirement by PATAFA or PSC, which is why on October 26, I propose on my own accord to send Ms. Lucy Artriaga or Rosilia Artriaga a transaction record of payments going to Coach Vitaly Petrov. These records were supposed to help me fulfill liquidation, as I had full trust with my NSA for the liquidation process and followed their instruction without question. On your screen right now is the sample of an acknowledgement receipt on September 15 of 2021 by my coach Vitaly Petrov and my physiotherapist Francesco Viscusi. This acknowledgement receipt was attached in an email that I have sent to a PSC official on October 14. On the bottom side of your screen, Your Honors, I said, "Good afternoon, Madam or Sir. Attached are the signed acknowledgement receipt for Petrov, Ulieta, Viscusi for their services for the month of September. Would it be possible to get their payment sent directly to them? Thank you po. This official then forwards it to multiple PSC divisions. This is said that this is the acknowledgement receipt of EJ's coach. Please facilitate. And then it was again forwarded to my NSA, PATAFA. Dear Miss, please refer to the attached file for proper endorsement from PATAFA so we can act accordingly. Inherently obvious in this email exchange that my staff, Petrov, Gulieta, Viscusi, were not paid when they signed the acknowledgement receipts. Maricor Pacheco of PATAFA also sent me acknowledgement receipt to be signed by Vitaly Petrov on October 9 through my mom to me. The covered period attached in those emails cover until December of 2019. May I just repeat? It was sent on October 9, but the covered period was already in the future, December of 2019, which I sent back days after without the funding yet to arrive to me. And I swear, under oath, that all acknowledgement receipts I have submitted were done under the strict and explicit instructions of either PATAFA or PSC. It was a requirement that I need to submit and was never a proof of payment. To answer question number 2, did I abuse PATAFA and PSC process in liquidating funds? I believe it's a no, as I was explicitly following instructions of the officials. And clearly, at least from my point of view inside of my things, there was no money loss, at least for my transactions. To answer question number 3, did I forge signatures on Coach Vitaly Petrov's contract and acknowledgement receipt that it was alluded and insinuated by their forensic accountants in Mr. Al Santa Clara? Here is an email dated January 20, 2022, sent by Mr. Vitaly Petrov to PSC. This is the email that provided the missing contract, Your Honors, for the liquidation processes that PSC requires. As PATAFA, as I said earlier, that PATAFA were not willing to give me or provide me of a copy. Also stated here in this email from Vitaly Petrov, I also acknowledge and affirm that all signature appearing in all documents that have been submitted to your office by Mr. Obiena for liquidation, including this contract and previous acknowledgement receipts, are all true, despite the very slight differences. I am also attaching several samples of my signature in documents that I have signed in the past that are already with PATAFA in your office. As I was publicly accused that I forged Vitaly Petrov's signature, it was again insinuated by the forensic accountant, Mr. Al Santa Clara, in the PATAFA press conference on January 4 of 2022 publicly. The attachment in this email is on the left side of your screen, Your Honors. It is a signed page of the contract that Mr. Vitaly Petrov has said. It is signed by Mr. Philip Elahuico and Mr. Petrov himself. And attached in the middle of the screen is an acknowledgement receipt that I have attached to be submitted in PSC on October 14 of 2021. And attached on the right side, rightmost part of your screens, Your Honor, is an acknowledgement receipt that PATAFA sent me to be sent back with the signed to have it signed by Vitaly Petrov. As you can see, the signatures are very, very much alike, if not perfectly identical. So, to answer, I believe, the third question, did I forge signatures on Coach Vitaly Petrov contract and acknowledgement receipt? I believe that's a big no. All signatures of Mr. Petrov are identical. He has attested to it multiple times. But to answer all of these 3 questions, I believe I need to admit I am not faultless in this situation. And there are lessons for me to be learned in this horrid and terrifying situation. I should not have accepted that situation. I should have speaked out earlier. And number 2, I believe I could have done a better job with my accounting by hiring a personal assistant to help me do my paperwork. Number 3, I shouldn't have trusted officials, people, so much that I blindly followed instructions. I should have double-checked facts and have multiple copies of the paperwork I submit to their offices. Though I believe I have made mistake in this situation, I don't believe I deserve the way I was treated and painted by Mr. Huico and PATAFA publicly. I have not had a peaceful night since those two memos were sent on November 15. I was stressed beyond measure and was afraid of what lengths a powerful, influential, and political man Mr. Philip Huico is. This has affected not only me, but my family, and I would like to give the floor, if you would allow me, Your Honors, to my mom to discuss how exactly has this affected me, my family, and everybody who has a name Obiena.
Good morning po, everyone. I am Jeanette Obiena, the mother of EJ po. Nagulat po at nasaktan ako nung malaman po namin na naging desisyon ng PATAFA para sa anak ko. Nagsimula po ito nung mailabas nila sa social media ang tungkol sa sweldo ni Coach Vitaly na hindi daw binayaran ni EJ. At pati ako ay sinasabing inupuan ang 624,116 pesos. Ang totoo po nito ay nag-abono po ako ng 600,000 para sa anak ko. Sa dahil po nung panahon na iyon, nag-follow up po ako sa PATAFA tungkol sa training allowance ni EJ. Nung panahon na iyon, nasabi po sa akin, sa pagkakaalala ko nila Lucy at Maricor, wala pa pong pondo ang PATAFA. At hindi ko lang po maalala kung sino po sa kanila ang nagsabi na kung pwedeng abunuhan ko muna ang training allowance niya, total meron naman pong ipinaprocess sa PSC para po sa reimbursement. So ang nangyari po, nag-iwan po ako ng blank check para po maalala na nag-advance po ako para kay EJ. At ipinakisuyo ko po yung ipa-deposit sa kanila. Noong panahon pong yon, nakapag-usap po kasi kami ni EJ. Nasabi po kasi sa akin ni EJ na wala po siyang pambayad. At siya po ay nakikitira lang kay Tiago Brass, yung pong Olympic champion ng Olympics 2016. Nung nandoon po siya sa bahay ni Tiago, para po kahit paano hindi po nakakahiya kay Tiago, naglilinis po si EJ doon sa bakuran nila. Nagugupit po siya ng damo, naglilinis ng bahay, naghuhugas ng plato, para hindi po nakakahiya kay Tiago dahil nakikitira siya doon at that time. So ako po, gumawa po ako ng paraan, ng hiram po at ng pera at the same time kung ano po yung naiipon namin mag-asawa, ipinadala po namin sa kanya para maitawid po siya. Dahil bilang magulang po, hindi ko po matanggap ng anak ko na nasa ibang bansa, nag-iisa, at hindi mo po malaman kung may titirahan at may kakainin. Yun po yung nangyari doon. At isa pa pong nangyari lalo ngayon na masakit sa amin, dyan sa social media, napakarami pong nagko-comment. Meron pa nga pong nag-comment na masasakit. At bilang magulang po, napakasakit po sa amin na sabihin na ang anak namin, pinalaki namin ng hindi tama. Kaya daw po ganito ang nangyari sa kanya. Hindi po maano sa akin ang mga pangyayari na kataon din po nung unang-unang pumutok po ito sa social media. Kabang-kaba po ako kasi po nag-iisa si EJ doon, lalo na sa gabi. Kasi siya lang po mag-isa sa apartment niya. Hindi ko po maisip kung ano yung iniisip ni EJ dahil baka po may gawin siya. Siya lang mag-isa. Ang ano po sana may makausap siya sa gabi, makapagpayo, at least maliwanagan ang isip ng bata. Yun po yung nasa akin. Kaya po sa gabi, hindi ko po pinapatay ang telepono ko. Lagi pong nakabukas. At kapag siya po ay tumawag, kaagad-agad ko pong sinasagot dahil kahit paano, doon man lang masamahan at sabihan, payuhan ko yung anak ko sa mga nangyayari. At ang nangyari po niyan, isa pa po, ang asawa ko po, lagi pong nagbe-breakdown sa mga nangyayari ngayon. Actually, masakit po at apektado po ang kalusugan niya. Hindi na po makaayos ng trabaho kasi lagi pong naiisip kung ano po ang magiging kinabukasan ng anak ko sa pagkasira po ng pangalan niya sa labas, hindi lang po local, international pa po. Hindi pa po tapos si EJ sa pag-aaral. 1 taon at kalahati pa po ang kailangan niya para matapos ang degree niya. Isinakripisyo po niya yan para po makapasok at matupad po ang kanyang pangarap na ipagbigay ng honor sa ating bansa. Actually po sa ngayon, nagpapasession po ang asawa ko sa psychologist upang matulungan po siya. May mga kaibigan din po ako na nagtawag po sa akin at kinakamusta po si EJ. Actually, hindi ko po masabing mabuti. Wala po akong maiano sa kanya kung hindi magpapakatatag po kami kung ano po ang nandirito sa ngayon. Yun po yung ano sa amin. At ang mga tiyahin niya, apektado. At isa pa po is yung anak ko. Ang anak ko pong babae na napag-usapan po namin dahil Obiena rin po ang apelido. Bago pa lang po silang gumagawa ng landas nila at tahak nila sa buhay. Pero dahil sa nangyayari pong ito, apektado po sila ng mga kapangalan at kaapelyido namin. Ganon din po ang kanilang mga lola na may edad na po. Lagi po silang nagtatanong kung kamusta na po si EJ, okay po ba siya roon, which is nakakapag-aalala po sa amin. Yun po yung masasabi ko. Maraming salamat po.
Chairman, if I may I share the screen again, and if I may continue discussing my slides po.
Go ahead, you may finish your presentation, Mr. Obiena.
Thank you very much po. In all of this, I believe there are things that could be changed to avoid this to ever happening again. I believe the most important is direct payments and contracts to coach, staff, and other members of the team to avoid additional work for the athletes. It also avoids mishandling funds by the athletes and avoids such situation as false allegation and false accusations, as I've previously recommended it to PATAFA. Reimbursement system should be avoided or changed, preferably a float system where the athlete would receive a float budget that he or she can use to pay unexpected fees, such as medical expenses. Liquidation is important. As I understand it, it is indeed very important. But for us, a full-time athlete living outside of the country, this process is difficult. If it can be simplified or taken care of by any administrative person to let the athlete solely focus on the job that they are supposed to do, which is training and competing for the country. I believe this leaves us to the most important thing. Why exactly did this whole thing blew up in this way, and why exactly did this happen? Mr. Huico claims, and still constantly claims, that there was this wall, unclimbable and unbreakable wall, that I created between him and Coach Vitaly Petrov. He claims it was so unbreakable that he could not perform his duty, paying Coach Vitaly directly. For the 4 years of 2018 to 2021. That has been his story since this whole mess began. I find that highly unusual, sirs and madam. First, he has been on an email thread with Vitaly Petrov and had Vitaly email address since 2014. Secondly, Mr. Huico and my dad met Vitaly Petrov personally in Doha in April of 2019. Third, this whole incident supposed began from the affidavit precipitated from the supposed call on September 8 of 2021 with Mr. Sergey Pumka. That call led to a three-way conference call with Vitaly Petrov on September 9 of 2021. Mr. Huico got Vitaly Petrov on the phone on 1 day's notice, Your Honors. That is not 8 years since 2014. That is not 3 years between 2018 and 2021. That is 1 day notice, Your Honor. If he could get an 8-page questionnaire signed on each page, apostilled, and translated within 2 months between September 2021 and November of 2021, he most certainly could have gotten a contract completely signed, consul notarized, and paid Vitaly Petrov directly. It was just a matter of having a sense of professionalism, appropriate motivation, and possibly some sense of urgency. I don't believe that this happened due to the so-called wall I have built, but it happened due to the series of disagreement, arguments, and multiple misunderstanding that I had with Mr. Philip Huico. I probably have robbed Mr. Huico by abiding to the virtues of Olympism. And one of these issues that I believe started this all is regarding the sponsorships that I took. On 2017, there were apparel brand that wanted me to be their endorser. He wanted to be the one to deal with it, and I submitted to his office a copy of the contract in Ortigas. But then, months after, those same apparel brand that wanted me said that they cannot provide me anymore with the said contract due to the demands that have been made. On 2019, I had a local sponsorship in Philippines, but Mr. Huico called me a few months after. He said, this contract does not exist as he was not part of those negotiations. Flash on your screen is the athlete's handbook, most recently, only September 30 of 2021. It states here, the athlete and sponsor must negotiate contract offers with PATAFA through its PATAFA president or any such representative. If an athlete fails to do so, there would be an appropriate disciplinary measures. He even got angry with me during the pandemic when a sports foundation reached out and wanted to help me on my road to Tokyo. Another thing that I and Mr. Fuico does not see eye to eye is how doctor-patient confidentiality works. My psychologist, Dr. Cheryl Katsuga, is a graduate of University of the Philippines and got her doctorate degree in John F. Kennedy University in California. She is a doctor in clinical psychology and sports psychology. During the House hearing on December 14, 2021, under oath, Mr. Huico claimed that he was not interested on the boring details of my life, but only wanted a 360 view as he sees this as a management method. This didn't sit well with my psychologist who took oath to not divulge any session, any confidential information to any third party. As stated here in a written affidavit of my sports psychologist, Mr. Huico requested an unethical thing for her to disclose to any third party, as Mr. Huico wanted to know my psychological state, my concerns and stressors. And Mr. Huico requested this detailed report for every 2 weeks. When my psychologist refused, Mr. Huico claims that she was out of compliance and that they had to falsify reports sent to PSC in order for her to receive her payments. And my psychologist, who is a licensed practitioner, did not condone to having such falsified reports being submitted on her behalf. Also to note, Mr. Huico became hostile in that hour-long conversation, raised his voice, and became unprofessional. He angrily said, and I quote, "You kept saying transparency like I am not being transparent. I am the most transparent person and I have nothing to hide." Mr. Huico even berated my psychologist for being disrespectful and have forgotten her Filipino values by staying in the United States. As he claimed as well for me that I have forgotten my Filipino values as I have trained for far too long here in Europe. It's very important to note as well that my psychologist was calm and professional during this hour meeting with Mr. Huico. The request of Mr. Huico on my psychological state, may I just repeat, was unethical for a licensed practitioner to divulge to any third party. Another thing that me and Mr. Huico doesn't see eye to eye was setting boundaries in my training adjustment going to Tokyo. On May 19, I sent PATAFA officials and my parents a letter that I needed a training adjustment, a structural change in my road to my first Olympic Games. And as I said, I will not be responding to email, phone calls, or any correspondence that doesn't involve my training or any emergencies. But I would continue to communicate to the point person that was given to me by PATAFA, Mr. Edward Ko, and I would update them regularly if there are changes in my schedule. these changes are only to reduce distraction and unnecessary stress. I needed the structural change as I approached my intense part of the training. These changes were then, I believe, took offense on Mr. Huico, as he said, on your right side of the screen, since you stated your thoughts on your preparation before a public audience, I have to say this in full view lest people conclude we may do harm to our mutual objective. And the next one, I believe, would be Mr. Huico prepared the affidavit, Mr. Sergey Pumka. As he said, from September 8 to November 15, Mr. Huico did not call me or reach out to me to clarify any of these matter until November 15 when I received those two memos. On your screen, as you can see, on October 16, in between that time, Mr. Huico instructed Sergey Pumka to please execute and affix your signature on each page of the affidavit. And then, as well, we need you to have this affidavit apostilled. Please arrange this document to be apostilled. To add into this, Mr. Huico said, I will pay for all expenses you will incur in having this affidavit apostilled and courier sent to my address below. It was clear that Sergey Pumka definitely didn't volunteer to give an affidavit that definitely, an apostilled affidavit. I'm sorry, Your Honor. It was a clear instruction of Mr. Huico on October 16. Mr. Huico also funded all expenses correlating to that. Mr. Huico also prepared that affidavit based on the question that he sent Mr. Bubka, where he could have easily placed us in a conference call to clear this up. If not September 10, maybe September 11, maybe September 12, or the other 65 days between the call and the issuance of those two damaging memos. I would have been able to explain how these payments were made, why it needed to go through Mr. Lafferty, why was I late, what troubles am I having as I had my PNB account blocked with my phone number being expired. I was not able to do any transfers until middle of October. I would have been able to explain this if I was given a chance or even a call before those two memos were maliciously sent to me. During the PATAFA press conference on January 4, with the supposed 5-man PATAFA Administrative Committee composed of Mr. Felix Tukinhoy, Attorney Melinda Diaz-Salcedo, Engineer Noel Silva, Mr. Renato Unso, and my fellow athlete, and Fernie Lopena. As they used this email between me and Ms. Rosila Lucy Artriaga on October 30 of 2021, with the reduction of my response, they did not include it in their presentation, Your Honor. And they concluded that the foregoing email shows that E.J. Obiena, who refused to give PATAFA the bank account of Mr. Petrov and not the other way around. It was presented by one of the 5 members of the Administrative Committee, Mr. Noel Silva. Now, attached on your screen, Your Honor, is me sending that bank account that they said I did not want to send a whole year and a half before those email exchanges even existed, a whole 1 year and a half before that memos were even issued to me. I want to make it clear that I sent the complete bank details on June 8 of 2020 to PATAFA directly. I sent it in a day's notice, most definitely did not refuse, hesitated, hindered, or even delayed providing PATAFA banking details of Coach Vitaly Petrov. As I have stated before to PATAFA, I never wanted the money to go through me and to be the paymaster of my team. To add into this, on August 24, 2021, I was informed by Rosila Atriaga or Lucy Atriaga to send my proposed Paris budget proposal with specifics and recommendation. This was before the so-called call on September 8, Your Honors. May I just clarify that po. This is attached budget proposal that I have submitted. And below, you can see my recommendation. On August 30, we discussed the budget with Maricor Pacheco, Lucy Atriaga, and Mr. Huico himself. Yet Lucy sent me those emails on October 30 of 2021 that PATAFA used in their press conference to paint me, wanting the money to go through me, while knowing I recommended on the budget proposal that we discussed thoroughly a month before. This recommendation is now zoomed in for easier reading. As I said, in the recommendation, direct payments to party involved for coaching, osteopath, physio, psychologist to avoid unnecessary banking fees and streamline payment procedure and liquidation. This was sent and discussed to Mr. Huico, to the officers of PATAFA on August 24 and August 30 before the so-called call with Mr. Sergey Pumka on September 8, and before definitely the email that Ms. Lucy Artriaga sent me and was used by the 5-man administrative committee with omitted replies and was shown in public during the PATAFA press conference on January 4 of 2022. Conclude that I inhibited PATAFA's intent to pay my staff directly by refusing to give banking details of Coach Vitaly Petrov, which contradicts my earlier recommendation in the attached budget proposal. To add into this, Your Honors, Mr. Huico sent on November 13, 2021 to Bubka, to Coach Vitaly Petrov, and Federation officials. Mr. Huico stated that this time he insisted that the payments be made directly so that I would not be able to get the money for myself. Your Honors, how can this be insisted by Mr. Huico if I myself requested it earlier to PSC on October 14, requested it to PATAFA multiple times, and even sent a written budget proposal recommending such? So I don't understand exactly what happened and why was I not asked, why was I not given the benefit of the doubt if all of these evidences were knowledgeable to them. This whole fiasco started when the anonymously leaked document was published by the Inquirer article on November 21. There was no byline, there was no writer. As I quote the article, 2 letters was one of the 2 memos sent to Obiena, with another one unsigned. It was then again expounded by an article of Philstar on December 18, 2021 by Mr. Bill Velasco. The article was leaked anonymously. Quoted in that article, truth be told, the accusatory document against Obiena were leaked to the members of the sport media, including reporters of the Star, days before the story broke. Sensing an incomplete tale, no one used the anonymously sent documents. But there was obviously a move to beat the gun and brand the world-ranked pole vaulter a villain before he could defend himself. Mr. Huico said on December 29 in an interview with Christian Esguerra in ANC that they kept it quiet to preserve my interests. But the text message I'm about to show you in your screen says otherwise. On November 13, Mr. Philip Ella Huico sent to my coach, to Vitaly, to Oksana, and the fellow Federation officials that on Monday, November 15, between 3 to 5 p.m. in Manila and 8 to 10 a.m. in Europe, they will send me those letters and simultaneously announce to media that they discovered the fees of Vitaly seems not have been paid. Your Honors, may I just remind the date? It was November 13. This was the date the said investigating committee initiated. I believe that investigation takes time. This is November 13. I don't think they're looking for any investigation anymore. They're looking for some kind of crucifixion. This was shared to me by my coach, Vitaly Petrov, January 29 of 2022. Furthermore, here are text messages that further solidify my claim that this is none other than a witch hunt. As of November 4, Mr. Philip Huico asked my coach if he was paid, and my coach said, "Hello, Mr. Philip. Yes, I have received the money you are talking about in the first part. I never asked money for EJ or Federation. but I was possible to send them. There was no problem. I was not expecting money because I did it with pleasure, and I saw that he had some problems with money to live in Italy, pay the house, travel, etc. As early as November 4, Mr. Huico already knew that Vitaly Petrov was significantly paid. On November 14, Mr. Huico knew that Mr. Vitaly Petrov was fully paid. This was a whole day before those two damaging memos were sent. He even asked Vitaly Petrov as Sergey was informing him that Obiena paid previous coaching fee. Instead of clarifying it with me, he then sent Sergey a text stating, Vitaly cannot withdraw his statements. That would be very, very bad for you, Sergey Bubka, him, Mr. Philip Huico, him, Vitaly Petrov, me, Mr. Huico, my federation, PATAFA, and my country, Philippines. On November 15, it finally shows what Mr. Huico actually wanted to do all along with that September 8 call with Mr. Sergey Bubka. Paying the fees does not mean the federation will retain him as a national athlete and compete for the Philippines. On the day one of the memos were sent to me, they were already set on kicking me out of the national team. Your Honors, as it clearly now shows what Mr. Huico wanted to do all along. Mr. Huico always relishes the idea that without him and PATAFA, I would not be where I am today. It is indeed true, and I'm thankful for every experience and obstacle that they have given me to be strong-willed and stand for what I truly believe is right. I also do appreciate and cherish those childhood days growing up in the shadows of legendary PATAFA athletes such as Elma Muros Posadas. As all of us athletes trained, sweated, and clawed our way to where we are now. None of us just sat and waited for opportunities to come our way. We trained hard each day, broke bones and records to represent our country, Philippines. We trained endless hours in a foreign land and far from family because we love our sport and understood it is what it takes to be a world-class Filipino athlete. I shared that bond with all Filipino athletes, member of PATAFA or otherwise. Your Honors, we athletes, and specifically track and field athletes, do not grow in stature and skill simply because of blessing from others or luck. We mainly sweat, persist, and work our way up. Our progress and strength are measured daily. So if Mr. Huico thinks we got a free ride without doing any effort on our side, Your Honors, I will gladly hand him my pole and watch him do the same thing. My understanding of the athlete's job is that we inspire our countrymen to rise up after we stumble and fall. We exemplify what we Filipinos can be under the hardest of circumstances. We challenge our fellow countrymen to be our better selves despite the most mundane state affairs. Our job is to motivate our people despite the hunger and desolation we go through either because of a natural calamity or a worldwide pandemic. PATAFA and its officials seems to have lost sight of that vision and have engaged on a mission so vindictive that it no longer embodies what an NSA, I believe, should do. I am a world-class Filipino athlete, and I am truly disheartened. For the past 7 years, Vitaly, my team, and I are on a joint mission to train, to compete, indoors and outdoors, event from January to the end of October, to competitively represent Philippines, the global stage of pole vaulting. A long time ago, Your Honors, there was a little boy from a modest family in Tondo who played around senior Filipino athletes, picked Indian mangoes around Rizal Memorial Stadium, and swam and ate tahong from Manila Bay. That little boy had a dream. That dream was to become a world-class Filipino athlete, an Olympian, if possible, and God willing, be the best to have ever done the sport. That little boy was me, no more than 20 years ago. I am still holding on that Filipino dream of mine so that hopefully other children can dream in every corner of the Philippines the very same thing. that free-spirited dream seems to be foreign, insulting, bothersome, expensive, complicated, and an almost incomprehensible concept for some people in authority. So I ask again, Your Honor, should the abuse of power of the narrow perspective within a private entity be allowed to damage the national interests of creating elite, world-class Filipino athletes? My problem may seem be personal, but I hope, Your Honors, the solution would be structural. Thank you, Your Honors, for finally granting me this chance to present my side. I trust that you will hear the evidences that support the truth of my statements. Mabuhay ang Pilipinas, mabuhay atletang Pilipino, mabuhay po ang marangal na Pilipino. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat, Mr. Obiena. Let us now hear from PATAFA, Philip Wico, sir.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Senator Tol.
I consider the interjection of the minority leader, but I have a pending motion, I think, Mr. Chairman, that all the documentary presentations of Mr. Obiena be submitted to the committee, and that the committee secretariat be empowered to label them sequentially in alphabetical order for purposes of determining the sequence as well as the presentation, because we don't have a copy. I so move, Mr. Chairman, reiterating my previous motion.
Are there any objections? There being none, the Secretariat is requested to obtain the documents presented by Mr. Obiena and be treated as part of the committee's records.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Wico, you may now start your presentation, sir.
Chairman, Congressman Rufus Rodriguez may wish to say something before I make my statement.
Mr. Chairman, I think I will yield now because the chairman would wish that the president would speak. So, President Philip, kindly make your presentation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, members of the committees on sports and finance, respectively, for this opportunity to openly discuss in aid of legislation, among others, the documented facts, not speculations, not interpretations, but documented facts on the issues between PATAFA and Paul Volcker, Ernest John Obiena. We truly cherish this moment, and by we I mean PATAFA, not just me. This moment for too long, since November 21, 2021, this athlete whom we have nurtured starting 2012 has, with the aid of professional, social, and mainstream practitioners or influencers and certain political and sports interests groups, went on a media rampage. With that single act, this athlete instigated through his trial by publicity campaign and harassment, of which he now accused PATAFA. In effect, he jumped the gun on his own mother federation while we maintain silence all throughout, in deference to an independent investigative administrative committee created by the PATAFA Board of Trustees to look into this exclusively internal matter, gather the facts, and hopefully, with facts on hand, establish the truth. Somewhere along the way, the drama of the war between a David and a Goliath came around, and other non-essential parts of the story. We are being diverted from the main issue. At the outset, this is not just an issue of the mechanics and procedure of liquidation, as is being pictured by some quarters. It is also an issue, however, in the sense that liquidation reports covering 2018 to 2021 of doubtful authenticity have not been dealt with or discussed in detail by this athlete, although he attempted earlier. He has not chosen to discuss them even when the previous opportunities arose. 3 times we invited him to the administrative committee of PATAFA, his mother organization, and at least twice in a mediation being arranged by the Philippine Sports Commission. What started this PATAFA investigation in the first place? Why are we here? What is one of the reasons for why we are here? I asked Sergey Pumka to help me get a scholarship for this athlete at the training center in Formia, Italy, where he could train under Vitaly Petrov. Sergey's fellow Ukrainian and Sergey's own coach in the 1980s. Sergey agreed. I wrote IAAF for the scholarship. It was approved by IAAF through Sergey's lobbying, and by 2014, our athlete was in the training center as an IAAF scholar. In 2017, his scholarship expired. On September 8, 2021, or on September 6 rather, I texted Mr. Sergey Pumka asking him if I could get the number of Vitaly Petrov or if he could link me up with Vitaly Petrov so I could talk to him. On September 8, 2021, Sergey called me up to arrange for a teleconference with Petrov, so I could discuss with Petrov his training plans for this athlete who presented his training and competition plans to PATAFA, as he himself mentioned earlier, on August 31, 2021, or a few days after the Tokyo Olympics. I was afraid that we would be late for the next budget season because the season had ended and September was just 1 day away. During that presentation, this athlete's father, Emerson, was present in that presentation. I'm going through this history carefully and in candor, as we all now realize that short 10-minute meeting I had introducing the Obienas to Sergey Pumka in 2014 has altered the course of Philippine athletics and has brought us here together. Now, who is Mr. Sergey Pumka? Definitely, he is not a fellow I can instruct to prepare an apostille document. He is the Senior Vice President of the World Athletics Association, our international federation. Next in line to the President, Lord Sebastian Coe. He is the President of the Ukrainian National Olympic Committee. He is an honorary member of the International Olympic Committee. As I said, he is presently Senior Vice President of our International Federation, World Athletics, which is the world governing body for the sport of athletics. In other words, I wasn't just talking to someone who was just a staff member of World Athletics. Sergey, as I said, is president of the Ukrainian National Committee, Olympic Committee. Who is Vitaly Petrov? He was coach of Sergey when the latter was still an athlete and the reigning pole vault champion. He agreed to coach this athlete at PATAFA's and Sergey's request. I think he is now 75 years old. Now, with regard to this apostilled statement, which this athlete said, I paid for, which will be dealt with in another forum because it is an untruth. On September 6, as I said, 2021, I texted Sergey for the telephone number of Petrov, whom I wanted to talk to regarding the new season and his training plans and competition programs for the athlete in order to have an idea of the financial requirements, such as coaching fees, up to at least the end of December 2022 and for the run-up to the 2024 Paris Olympics, because this athlete said he was interested in going for it. Our athlete was not even willing to share Petrov's number with me, since, quote, Petrov doesn't just talk to anyone, he said during that August 31 meeting. He is a star maker. He's busy. He doesn't speak good English, although his later statements and Facebook posts showed impeccable English, and other reasons designed to prevent a personal conversation with Petrov. On September 8, Sergey called and I asked him to arrange a conference call with Petrov so I can personally, as I said, congratulate him for the work that he has done, for the improvement that EJ had shown, and to fulfill my oversight and managerial and monitoring role as president of the federation that endorses his fees to the PSC for payment. It was during this call that Sergey quoted Petrov as having said, quote, your boy is having money problems, and that the PSC and PATAFA were paying for Petrov's fees. Obiena's, and I said, how about money problems when we were paying and the PSC were paying for Petrov's fees, his board and lodging, our athletes' board and lodging, competition expenses, car hire, and everything defined in PSC's board resolutions except for personal expenses like grooming, personal clothing, wine, beer, etc. Sergey then told me there appears to be a serious problem. This coming from a senior vice president of World Athletics. And he said that he had to get Petrov to join. So he was the one who said, I better get Petrov so that we can clarify this, to join us in a three-way conversation the next day, September 9, so that Petrov and I could discuss the problem. At the start of the conversation with Petrov and Sergey, Petrov claimed he had not received any coaching fees from PATAFA PSC since 2018. Please note that I walked into this investigation. It was brought to my attention. I did not look for it. The three of us talked on September 9 from around 2 to 3 p.m. Manila time, and after a 1-hour break at Sergey's request, we regrouped. In the second half of our conversation, Sergey requested me to provide specific information on what was paid to Petrov, when were the fees paid, what was the total amount paid since 2018. Petrov said he was shocked by the information. I told him, but you signed some liquidation reports. It seems you also signed the contract. He said, no, I never signed anything. He was shocked by the information he received and wondered how Obiena, our athlete, could do this to him. He was never introduced to any PATAFA official, and every time he asked Obiena, our athlete, why he was not being paid any coaching fees, Obiena, Mr. Obiena, dismissed the question by saying that the PATAFA was not capable of paying its fees, that we are a poor country, we don't have the capacity to pay for these things. Obiena, Mr. Obiena, our athlete added that the money allocated by PSC and the so-called and the Olympic Commission for his fees was used by PATAFA for something else. In other words, as Sergey said, the money was stolen by PATAFA. All throughout these two phone calls, Sergey was present and was translating whenever I had difficulty in understanding Petrov's English. Sergey said in his notarized statement that I could not, quote, I could not believe that such thing could happen nowadays and that EJ could manipulate both of them, Philip and Vitaly. The two people, he said, who always tried to make the best for him, EJ, and to bring him to the place where which he takes nowadays in sports. But as Vitaly told me, and as translated by Sergey into English, EJ built a wall between them, Philip and Petrov. The problem of Mr. Obiena is not with me. It is with Mr. Petrov. He was the one who brought this all up in the first place. During our conversation, Sergey said, this is embarrassing for you, your country, our sport, and for me. I go all over the world and tell them how the center, the Formia Training Center, and Petrov help athletes of developing countries achieve world-level performance. Please, and this is it, please recover Vitaly's money. It was an instruction. It was a request. Sergey also agreed to prepare a statement and have it properly apostilled. Now, Petrov added that our athlete said he, the athlete, received the money from the federation but only for personal expenses and none for coaching fees. Petrov added that our athlete said some money was allotted for his coaching fees and sent to PATAFA by the PSC. But the PATAFA used the money for other purposes. Again, in other words, the money was stolen by PATAFA and our athlete did not receive anything. I told Petrov and Sergey that these were very, very serious matters that need to be looked into and investigated. I asked him, both of them, if they were willing to sign statements corroborating what they said verbally. Petrov agreed. He said sure and asked if he will be required to testify and come to the Philippines. And if he would be required, who would pay for the expenses and other associated costs, such as apostilling the documents, sending it by courier, going to the Latina, to the ministry, and having the documents apostilled. Since we, the PATAFA, were the ones looking into this, it was only natural that we would have to spend for this. It is in business part of your business expense. He requested, again, that I personally recover his fees. Now we move on to the details of what we are really looking at. Accounting for the money, for the timing, and the subsequent attempt to cover up. This is Mr. Well Silva, who will present to you the details.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good morning, senators. To the Committee of Finance and Sports, thank you for having us here. Let me run through the disbursements and funds sent to EJ Obiena. As you can see on the left portion of your screen, these are the breakdown of the 13.3 million pesos sent to EJ Obiena from May 2018 up till August 2020. Now, this fund is intended to fund all of his expenses from May 2018 up till August 2021. Please note that the timeline is up till August 2021, but the last release was already made by August 2020, the 1.7 million, which is intended for the upcoming year, meaning the August 2020 onwards up till August 2021. It will be shown there that there's actually an advance disbursement to EJ Obiena to cover the upcoming 12 months for his expenses. Out of the 13.3 million, 5 million is intended for coaching fee. Or if we convert it to euros, that's 85,000 euros. The breakdown of the 85,000 euros is 15,000 for the first 10 months or 1,500 each month for the first 10 months. Another one is the 70,000 for the upcoming 28 months. That's 28 months times 2,500. Now the timeline is 2018 to August 2021 because the scholarship of EJ ended in 2017. That's why starting 2018 up till August 2021, the fund should be coming from the PSC or the PATAFA. On your screen, you would be able to see all the transaction records in relation to that 13.3 million disbursement to EJ Obiena. For the chronology, these are the actions taken after the three-way call conversation among Mr. Philip Huico, Sergey Bubka, and Vitaly Petrov. In November 12, PATAFA President Dr. Huico called an emergency meeting of the Board of Trustees. During the meeting, President Wico informed the board that he received communications from Mr. Sergey Pumka, Vice President of World Athletics and President of the Ukrainian National Olympic Committee, and from Mr. Vitaly Petrov, training coach of Ernest Obiena, on the alleged non-payment of coaching fees. Acting on the report of President Wico, the Board of Trustees of PATAFA created an admin committee to investigate the alleged non-payment of coaching fees of Vitaly Petrov and falsification of acknowledgement letters submitted by EJ Obiena. By November 14, the administrative committee convened and requested all documents from PATAFA relative to the payment of coaching fees of Mr. Petrov. Interviews were also conducted, and directives for hearings were also sent to people who are involved, including EJ Obiena, who did not appear despite several notices from the committee in November 29, December 5, and December 11. In November 15, the committee sent a memorandum to explain to EJ Obiena why he should not be dropped from the national training pool for submitting falsified liquidation reports and for failure to pay the coaching fees of Mr. Petrov. By November 17, President Wico received a letter through email from Mr. Petrov himself, thanking him as he has already been paid in full amount. Mr. Petrov also attached the transactions as proof of payments to him. He was claiming that's already paid in full, and those documents will be shown on this next slide. As you can see, the first payment, according to Mr. Vitaly's sent documents, was made in September 2020. Please do take note that this September 2020, which is 3,000 euros, is 28 months from the first disbursement sent to EJ in May 2018. After the initial payment of the 3,000 euros in September 2020, Petrom claimed that he received two fund transfers from a US dollar account in Arab Bank in the amount of 10,300 euros on November 19 and 10,500 on November 24, for the total amount of 20,800. By this time, November 24, 2020, Mr. Petrov claimed to have received the sum of 23,800 as coaching fees. However, as of this date, EJ Obiena should have already paid Petrov 62,500 euros. Thus, the amount of 38,600 still remained unpaid. After the payment of 23,878 as of November 24, Mr. Petrov again claimed through his documents that he received 5,000 euros in September 2021, making the total amount he received in the amount of 28,878.88 cents. However, as of August 2021, Mr. Petrov should have been paid the amount of 85,000 euros. Thus, the amount of 56,000 euros remain unpaid. Please do take note that as of August 2020, the whole 85,000 was already provided to EJ. Again, the whole 85,000 was already provided to EJ by August 2020. Thus, the amount of 56,121 remained unpaid. It was only on November 4, 5, and 9 of 2021 that the unpaid amount of 16,000 euros was transferred by EJ Obiena to Mr. Petrov, while the 40,000 euros was transferred from a dollar account in Arab Bank and from Janet Obiena. You highlight here the transactions in red font, the payments that did not come directly from EJ. While there are other proof of payments presented by Mr. Petrov, this cannot be considered as payments from EJ because these payments did not directly come from EJ Obiena, but from an unknown dollar account in Arab Bank and from his mother, Janet Obiena. The money received by EJ Obiena for his training expenses, including the coaching fees, were all deposited to his accounts and not to the Arab Bank or to the account of Janet Obiena. Based on the foregoing, a total amount of 85,000 was credited to Mr. Petrov from September 2020 to November 9, 2021. However, 66% of this amount, or 56,000 euros, was paid only from November 4, November 9, 2021. So for the whole May 18 to August 2021, wherein 85,000 should have been paid to EJ already, only 66% of it was paid only in a span of 5 days, from November 4, 2021 to November 9, 2021. Obviously, the remittances, transfers from the Arab Bank and from Jeanette Obiena were resorted to in order to cover the irregularities committed by EJ and to make it appear that Mr. Petrov was paid his coaching fees, when in fact he was not. Based on the proof of payment sent by Mr. Petrov, the first payment he directly received from EJ Obiena was 3,000 in September 2020 for his coaching fee and virtual competition bonuses, which is 28 months delayed compared to when EJ first received a budget for coaching fee dated May 2018. On this table, you will see the flow of cash coming from the PATAFA or PSC fund going to EJ and the schedule of payments to Vitaly. As you can see on this table, the first disbursement to EJ was in May 3, 2018. During this time, the first payment should have been paid already to Mr. Petrov. But based on Petrov documents, he was paid for the first time in September 2020, which is 28 months later. Again, EJ Obiena was able to receive 85,000 euros of coaching fees before he made his first payment of 3,000 euros to Vitaly. The whole 85,000 was received by August 2020. There are also acknowledgement letters from May 2019 to November 2019 that were sent to PATAFA on October 8, but transaction records show that first payment was done September 2020. So this is that email. On October 8, 2019, you will see on your left portion of the screen the actual email. On October 8, 2019, EJ Obiena sent to Jeanette Obiena an email with attached signed acknowledgement letters for payment of coaching fees of Mr. Petrov in the amount of 2,500 per month for May 2019 to November 2019. The said email was then forwarded to PATAFA on October 18, 2019. Again, considering that the first payment of 3,000 euros was made only in September 2020, the acknowledgement letters for May 2019 to November 2019 with the electronic signature of Mr. Petrov are all falsified. These acknowledgement letters made it appear that Mr. Petrov received his coaching fees from May 2019 to November 2019, when in fact, he did not receive any fee for the said period. So on the lower portion of your screen, you will see the actual documents. Encircled is the signature of Vitaly Petrov. So these are the key highlights and important facts that were gathered by the committee and by PATAFA. Number one, the triggering point of this investigation and issue is when is through the Vitaly Petrov's report to World Athletics, Sergey Pumka, about EJ Obiena's non-payment of his coaching fees. PATAFA basically acted on that Vitaly Petrov's report to Sergey Pumka about EJ Obiena's non-payment to his coach. 85,000 euros, the total amount of money released to EJ Obiena by PATAFA and PSC from May 2018 to August 2020 as payment for coaching fee of Vitaly Petrov. Again, the 85,000 euros was completely transferred to EJ Obiena by August 2020. 3,000 euros, first payment to Vitaly Petrov in September 2020 for 28 months from May 3, 2018. October 8, 2019, that's the date when EJ Obiena submitted to PATAFA the acknowledgement letters signed by Vitaly as payment for coaching fees for May 2019 to November 2019, amounting to 17,500 euros. Actual first payment to Vitaly is September 2020. 56,000 euros, amount of money suddenly paid to Vitaly in November 2021, or 66% of 85,000 euros. payments came from Arab Bank and Metrobank account of Jeanette Obiena, and also the N26 account of EJ Obiena. Lastly, EJ Obiena did not appear before the investigation committee on 3 occasions, November 9, December 5, and December 11. Also, EJ did not participate on 2 PSC proposed mediations. For the conclusions, first payment of 3,000 euros was made in September 2020, 28 months after the funds were released to EJ Obiena in 2018. 66% of the total coaching fee, or 56,000 euros, was paid only on November 4, November 5, and November 9, 47% of which came from the third-party remittances. Jeanette Obiena received all the checks on behalf of EJ Obiena beginning July 25, 2019, including the PSC check in the amount of 6.68 million. The amounts of 1.2 million, 1.8 million, and 1.7 million released to EJ Obiena, covered by PSC checks dated July 25, 2019, August 11, 2020, and another August 11, 2020, respectively, remain unliquidated as of October 4, 2021. And lastly, EJ Obiena is the only PATAFA athlete with liquidation issues. And for the liquidations, we were able to receive the liquidations coming from, or the receipts coming from EJ, and basically we submit that to the PSC. I think Mr. Wico, would like to. For the steps of the liquidation, basically the receipts will be sent by EJ Obiena to PATAFA, and these receipts will be handled by the staff of PATAFA. In short, the liquidating process is actually done by PATAFA staff and not actually by EJ himself in Italy. For the recommendations, as announced by EJ Obiena, direct PricewaterhouseCoopers team to submit its audit report. Number 2, the opening of a joint account between the athlete and the NSA for transparency. Number 3, the PSC to assign a special disbursing officer for each NSA.
May I add to that, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, may I add to the statement made by Mr. Engineer Noel Silva?
Go ahead, Sir Philip.
First, by the way, this report was submitted to the Senate Committee on Finance and Sports this morning because we were asked to present our position paper, so we sent it. And I remember one of our coaches also presented a position paper. Now, this issue of liquidation, what EJ and what athletes actually do is gather all of these receipts, send it to PATAFA, in this case of EJ. His mother receives these receipts. They go over it and say, this cannot be processed. This is not allowed because this is not in accordance with the board resolution of PATAFA. So when he says that he is not an accountant, he is not doing any accounting work. He is just doing collating. He is just gathering all of the receipts that from expenses that he incurred over a period of time, and then sends it over to his mother, to PATAFA, and they go over, provide staff assistance to him and tell him, ito pwede, ito hindi pwede. Okay, and they inform him. So, and then later on, he says, the liquidation submitted to PATAFA were not done by him. So, ano ba ito? Did he do it or not? Is it difficult? Is he having a hard time? Or he didn't do it? For 3 years, there was no problem with the liquidation. But when the investigations started, ayun na. Hindi na ako accountant, nagka-problema, and all of that. But as I describe it, the mother was there, she was assisting. There was no problem with the liquidation. It was a made-up problem. So, huwag naman ganyan. That's why the PATAFA board said, look, investigate this. That is all that we're interested in. This is nothing personal. It all started with the report. And it is our duty as part of our stewardship to do something about this. Dapat ba what I should have done when I received the report was just to keep quiet and bury it under the rug? What about those documents? What will happen to them? Di patepo sabit. So we had to look into this. Now, the question of Mr. Obiena saying that I should have consulted him, talked to him as a way of handling this. You will recall on August 31, Mr. Obiena submitted his plan for 2022. And in that plan, August 31 ito and in that plan was an amount of 5,000 euro coaching fee for Mr. Petrov. On September 9, as part of my due diligence, I asked Mr. Petrov, what salary did you recommend to Mr. Obiena? Because Mr. Obiena claims he asked all of them, his staff, his team, what would it take for you to continue supporting me? Mr. Petrov said he asked for between $2,000 to $3,000 plus 10% of his winnings. By the way, the winnings of Mr. Obiena amount to something like 2.6 million. No? So it has been a rather good performance, rather good year for him, no? And we're happy for him. So when I realized that at that point, September 9, teka muna, you gave me in your budget. That is what Petrov is asking, 5,000. At August 31, 5,000 euro. But then Mr. Petrov says, hindi, 3,000 lang. Kaya paano tayo mag-uusap niyan? How am I going to bring this up to you and say there is a problem when obviously, even up to this time, medyo merong ng there was already misrepresentation. Meron ng bad faith. So, I brought it up already to the Board of Trustees of PATAFA. Because this is not my problem. This is a PATAFA problem because PATAFA money was also involved. And we were under moral obligation to make sure that our athletes were performing their tasks as mandated by the law, creating the PSC, which you, Congress, created, and I think which you, congressmen and senators, would be interested to find out what happened to that money, especially during that 28-month gap. Bakit ganun? Why is there that gap? It was given to you, but you only started paying 28 months later. And then all of a sudden, there was a surge of payments, November 4, 5, 9, as if you were trying to catch up with something. Parang medyo, that was all that we wanted to do. And we also wanted to have a complete athlete. Upright, skillful, and has the proper values. Yan lang po. And we got insulted for it. Mr. Obiena keeps on talking about the insults. Listen to the insults that I personally received. And what do you think? This has cost my family. You get into this thing, there's bound to be something like this. Unless you talk things over. Pero hindi bumira ka agad doon sa media saying, I demand an apology from PATAFA. So how do you start talking kung right then and there, November 21, I demand an apology. Number 2, I want you to withdraw that investigative committee making demands to his own NSA, or else I will retire. Medyo may problema tayo pag-uusap kung ganyan ang starting point. So, that is our statement, and we are open to questions. And by the way, there are other resource persons here who may want to speak. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senators.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Mr. Wico.
Rufus.
Go ahead, Congressman Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give my statement, Mr. Chairman. As Chairman of the Board of Trustees of the PATAFA, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to confirm that the Board of Trustees met in November because precisely our President submitted to the Board of Trustees documents, Mr. Chairman. What are these documents? First, Mr. Chairman, is this document that I have, which states list of questions for Vitaly Petrov. Now, these pages, from the first page to the last page, which is about 10 pages, this document was signed in all the pages by Vitaly Petrov. All pages. On the last page, Mr. Chairman, of this document that Petrov signed is the date in his own handwriting, Mr. Chairman. This is October 7, 2021, signed Vitaly Petrov. Now, this was submitted by the President to the board, and we looked at this because this affects the PATAFA board, its athletes, and the PSC's funds. And so, I would like to get the attention of our honorable senators, Senator Drilon, Senator Pia Cayetano, Senator Tol Tolentino, and Senator Bato. These are the important questions on this particular document. Now, paragraph 33. Did Mr. Vitaly receive his monthly coach fees from PATAFA for the years 2018, 19, 20, 21? Answer of Petrov. Clear, categorical answer of Petrov. Answer, no, I did not. That is paragraph 33. Let us go to paragraph 34. Did Mr. Vitaly sign any document to confirm that he received his monthly coach fees from PATAFA, which was paid through EJ for the years 2018, 2019, to 20, and 2021? Answer of Petrov, no, I didn't. That is paragraph 34. Let's go to paragraph 35. How did Mr. Vitaly receive his monthly coach fees from PATAFA for the years 2018, 19, 20, 21? I didn't receive monthly coach fees any time. Mr. Chairman, distinguished senators of this republic, these are the signed statements of Vitaly Petrov. Clearly, already stating as of October 7, 2021, with his signature, that he did not receive anything from EJ from all the fees, coaching fees sent by PATAFA, which was shown earlier, all the deposit slips, 85,000 sent by PSC and the PATAFA to Obiena, 85,000 euros. Okay. Mr. Chairman, since this is a committee, Mr. Chairman, may I request that this particular document be marked as Exhibit A for PATAFA. Exhibit A, and paragraphs 13 as Exhibit A1, paragraph 33, Exhibit A1, paragraph 34, Exhibit A2, and paragraph 35 as Exhibit A3. May I request the approval by the chair that once this is found already in the submission of Dr. Rico, then the one that is there. If not, I will be sending this. My office will be sending this so that this will guide the committee on this issue. May we request the ruling of the chair, Mr. Chairman?
The committee secretariat is requested to obtain the documents presented by PATAFA.
Can we ask that this will be, once presented, it will be Exhibit A, A1, A2, A3, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, there was already a motion by Senator Tolentino that all the documents would form part of the record. So I think we can just leave it up to the Secretariat, no, to make the proper markings. Let's leave it up to the Secretariat. But the request of Congressman Rufus is duly noted. But I think as to whether it's A1, Z1, let's leave it up to the Secretariat, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I totally agree with Senator Pia. So, but my request is this will be formally be admitted as Exhibit A, PATAFA. Now, Mr. Chairman, let me now go to the second document presented by President Wico to the Board of Trustees, which met and had a full quorum. Now, let us go to the next document. The next document, Mr. Chairman, I cannot read because this is Ukrainian, Mr. Chairman. And so, what happened to this particular Ukrainian document with 2 pages, Mr. Chairman? Here are 3 pages. Okay. Because this is Ukrainian, Sergey Pumka, who volunteered this particular, affidavit, has been translated, Mr. Chairman, honorable senators, into an English translation. The title now is Affidavit. Now I can read it because it says already affidavit. It says, I, the undersigned, Bubka Sergey Nazarovich, born on December 4, 1963, passport of the citizen of Ukraine, so forth and so on. Here is the affidavit. Now, under the Apostille Convention, Mr. Chairman, this is an apostille document, meaning that the contents and the signatures are authenticated, are original. All right. Okay. So let me just therefore go to this affidavit, 3 pages, and Mr. Chairman, in this particular 4 pages, clearly, this was apostilled or was declared authenticated by no less than the Minister of Justice of Ukraine. The Minister of Justice of Ukraine. Here, sealed also with the Minister of Justice of Ukraine. And so, this is now an apostille document. So, this particular document will consist of the original Ukrainian language affidavit and also the English affidavit. Now, let us go to the content of this, Mr. Chairman. This is where I would like to take your attention to. Okay. Now, there are many statements here, but now I go now to, paragraph 12 of this affidavit of Sergey Pumka. You know, Mr. Chairman, Sergey Pumka, I was, in 1980, I was the first graduate of law school, and this was the champion already of pole vault. And at the time, he was carrying USSR. Wala pa yung 1991 independence of the Soviet bloc. Okay, so yan. So that's why I know him from what I learned when I was in college. He was winning all the Olympic goals for pole vault. So that is Sergey Pumka. And our boss, because the PATAFA is under World Athletics, and after the great Sebastian Coe of England, Sergey Pumka is the second in the line of the hierarchy, officialdom of the World Athletics. Okay, so let us go to what he said, which was in the hands of now the committee or the Board of Trustees. All right, here. On September 9, this will be verbatim reading of this particular apostilled affidavit. On September 9, 2021, during conversation between me, Philip, and Vitaly, it was revealed that PATAFA paid Vitaly, and close and open parenthesis, not directly, the monthly salary through EJ, comma. But on the other hand, EJ claimed to Vitaly that he did not receive that money, and therefore he didn't give any money to Vitaly, period. In the meantime, Vitaly said that he received only 4,000 euros from EJ in 2020. That was confirmed in what Petrov sent to PATAFA on the liquidation. Now, this is now the crucial point, Mr. Chairman, and I would like to read this because this is where really where we, Chair President Vico and me and all the PATAFA really had to act. You know why? Because this is what Sergey Pumka, the world Olympian champion, said. Vitaly also said that last year, 2020, he asked AJ why PATAFA didn't pay anything for this coaching. And EJ said that some money was allocated for his training by the Olympic Commission of Philippines and sent to PATAFA. Period. PATAFA used this money for other purposes, you see. PATAFA malversed these funds. That is what is being insinuated there. PATAFA used this money for other purposes. In other words, now here is really what really got me here. In other words, this money was stolen. Stolen. Stolen, Mr. Chairman. Stolen by PATAFA, and EJ did not receive anything. Mr. Chairman, this representation had been with PATAFA for 42 years. 1980, I was already a board of trustees, Mr. Chairman, representing Region 10 because I was elected senior board member. In 1984, I became vice governor of Misamis Oriental. The only reason why I became a board of trustee was because Governor Sering is related to my wife, Mr. Chairman. That's why I became the regional director because of filiation, because of relationship, not for merit. And so I became in 1980, 42 years ago. EJ was not yet born. I was already with PATAFA. And I was elected always every year a board of trustees of PATAFA. That is why finally, Philip and the rest of the board saw that I have been there for so long, I already deserve to become chairman. So thank you very much. I became chairman after 40 years, Mr. Chairman. That is what is the history of Rufus Rodriguez. Now, when I read this, Mr. Chairman, you see, a signed apostille document by Sergey Pumka that me, the president, and the PATAFA stole the money. What do you expect me to do? And the other board members. So we created, Mr. Chairman, a committee to look into this, an administrative investigating committee chaired by Boy Chukino, who had always been also for the past 30 years director of PATAFA. And so this is what happened. And so finally, here is the statement. Second to the last paragraph. 15. Vitaly didn't raise the question of his monthly salary till the Olympic Games in Tokyo, as he was sure that PATAFA had no money, as EJ always claimed to him. Mr. Chairman, that is paragraph 15. And the last paragraph I will read to the honorable senators is this. Here is the statement of Sergey Pumka. I was always happy to see how quickly EJ achieved success under Vitaly's coaching and was happy with his results, for which EJ should be grateful to Vitaly, but I couldn't believe that such thing could happen nowadays and that EJ could manipulate both of them, Philip and Vitaly, two people who always tried to do the best for him and to bring him to the place he takes nowadays in sports, period. But as Vitaly told me, and I translated to Philip into English, EJ built a wall between them. Dash, Philip, and PATAFA with Vitaly. And that is why Vitaly and Philip and PATAFA never communicated with each other. I am executing this affidavit to confirm the truth and veracity of the foregoing statement. Signed, Bubka SN, signature is here, October 22, 2021. That was the date of the original document. When was this apostilled? This was apostilled, Mr. Chairman, on October 28, 6 days later, October 28, 2021, by the Ministry of Justice of Ukraine. Mr. Chairman, I would like to request that this particular affidavit, both the apostilled and the original affidavit, be marked as Exhibit B, PATAFA. And then on the English version, Mr. Chairman, that paragraph 12B, B1, paragraph 14B, B2, paragraph 15B, B3, and paragraph 18B, B4. And finally, Mr. Chairman, I would like to request to complete the formally offered evidence by PATAFA that all the deposit slips showing that 85,000 euros were deposited by PATAFA and PSC to the account of was given to EJ be marked, Mr. Chairman, as Exhibit C for PATAFA, and from one, I think there are about 30 of them, and 1 to 30 in seriatim, Mr. Chairman. And so, Mr. Chairman, let me just therefore disabuse the mind of everyone that this is, this just came out of nowhere and we just want to harass, EJ, far from the truth. I was praying for EJ, as I have told him during the hearing in the House. When the Tokyo Olympics was being conducted and he was participating, I was seeing in big TV screen the attempts, and I was praying every time EJ would attempt to be able to hurdle the number of meters. He hurdled 5.7, 5.8, because AJ has really been very successful. He's already into 5.96, Mr. Chairman. 5.8. That was where he attempted 3 times. Unfortunately, in spite of prayers, he was not able to make it. But the one good thing was that, on the third one, it was not counted because the wind was already moving that particular horizontal piece of wood there. And according to the rules, it cannot be counted. He was given a 4th chance. And the more we prayed that he will be able to really get it and be able to get to go further and fight Duplantis, whom I'm sure that later on, this number 1, will be beaten by EJ. And so, Mr. Chairman, we have these documents with us, and we cannot really do otherwise but to call for an investigation. Now, what happened? Investigation, when the committee was created, they immediately gave a copy to EJ Obiena of all these documents. They were given to him. 3 successive hearings were conducted by the committee of the board. The committee created to investigate 3 times. The first time, the lawyer said, let's give another time because we have just been retained. Oh, that's okay. Okay. The third time, when we're supposed to be a hearing, again, the lawyers refused to also appeal to continue, including Mr. Obiena, because according to the lawyer, Mr. Obiena was into training or into some competition. So, in other words, EJ was given all the chances to appear to the committee. After all, precisely, we would like to go into the truth. And if EJ would be able to come out, to be able to present all these documents, all this liquidation, there will be no problem. But he chose not to appear, Mr. Chairman, 3 times. Now, I am very thankful as chairman of the board that our PSC chairman, the Philippine Sports Commission, out of his good offices and the goodwill and his good intentions, wrote to us that it would be best, and we agree with him, with Chairman Butch Ramirez, that the best way to go is mediation. And that is why we immediately wrote to our director, Mama Yusuf, a letter to the PSC that, yes, we are going to join the mediation to be conducted by the PSC. We will suspend all the investigations because we want to really have to be able to solve the matter. Okay. Now what happened? EJ Obiena refused to join the mediation. Okay. So we
Mr.
continue.
Chairman, just for with the indulgence of Congressman Rufus. Mr. Chairman, just in the interest of time, it's been more than 2.5 hours. Di pa tayo nakakapagtanong ng question. So maybe we could ask PATAFA to wrap up because I just want to have enough time to ask questions, Your Honor, and I'm not the only senator here. Maybe we can just ask questions if there are further information that need to be submitted, Your Honor.
Thank you, Senator Pia and Congressman Rufus. The Secretariat is directed to obtain the documents presented by Congressman Rodriguez and be marked as part of the committee's records. May we now start the questioning. For the information of my colleagues, the order of questioning will be as follows. Senator Frank Drilon, Senator Tolentino, Senator Cayetano, and Senator De La Rosa.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Senator De La Rosa.
Before we start the ball rolling on the questioning, Mr. Chairman, isang question lang for pwede bang malaman natin from Congressman Rufus Rodriguez with his indulgence, who made the translation of that apostille, the affidavit from Ukrainian to English? Mr. Chairman, yun lang. Gusto ko lang malaman kung sino gumawa.
Well, it will be, if you want a document to be apostilled, the executor, the one who signed this, would now request, he himself will look for a lawyer or somebody who is knowledgeable about English and then make the translation. Now, after that, this will be submitted to the ministry. So it will be somebody, not Sergey, because he would not understand English, so somebody with knowledge of English. And then this is now compared, the one that is prepared, Senator, the one that is prepared in English, and also the original Ukraine, precisely are submitted, these 2 documents now are submitted to the Ministry of Justice. And the Ministry of Justice will now, with their own knowledgeable people about English, would now compare the Ukrainian language affidavit and then the English. And that is why apostilled means that based on their reading of the documents, the English translation is a faithful translation of the particular apostilled documents. Thank you, Senator De La Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Rufus, at thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yun lang.
Thank you, Senator De La Rosa. The minority leader can now proceed to his questions.
Thank you, Mr. Senator Go. I joined the observation of Senator Pia Cayetano. We've been sitting here for 2.5 hours. It's unfortunate, but probably unavoidable that it would appear like this is an arbitration proceeding where we are supposed to decide who is right and who is wrong. Let me remind everybody that we are not here to determine who is right or who is wrong, but as correctly stated by our chairman, what is, and some of my colleagues, what is the remedial legislation that that can be possibly drawn from this conflict? It's clearly, in this particular case, two clashing interests. National interest with EJ as being a personification of an athlete who can bring the country honor, and on the other hand, PATAFA, who is tasked with the proper accounting of public funds. Both interests are very valid, but I would like to think that we're here to, as pointed out by the chairman, to come up with legislation, remedial legislation, how not to prevent how to prevent this similar incident from coming up in the future. So I'd like to focus my inquiries on that, not on all the details of the conflict. But let me find out. It would appear to me that at bottom of this conflict is the direct remittance by the PSC of the funds to the athlete. Is that correct? The question, in other words, is I have been long enough in government to know that when you disburse public funds, you give it to a particular public officer or employee who is held accountable for the disbursement of these funds. In fact, I think the existing rule would even require a bond for the disbursing officer, and it is a public officer to whom the public funds are entrusted to, so that there are responsibilities to this disbursement. So the question I ask is to the PSC: is it correct that you remitted the funds directly to the athlete and not to PATAFA?
Mr. Chairman, may I answer? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, please. No.
I will request my executive director, who is a lawyer, Attorney Roy, to answer the question of the good Senator Frank Drilon.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Usually, sir, the procedures of the Philippine Sports Commission is that it is released to the NSAs or FATAPA because PEC follows its mandate under Section 13 of the Republic Act 6847. So the requests for funding for the athletes' needs are done by the FATAPA, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. So that is the standard operating procedure. The only exception that the PSC will give directly funding to the athletes if when FATAPA or other NSAs requested because of their unliquidated or prior cash advances that were not liquidated, and they really need the money for the training of the athletes, the PSC in some cases will give the funding directly to the athletes, but with representation and approval of the NSA, Your Honor. This happens when PATAPA has an unliquidated account previously that was not liquidated by them, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So that you remit directly to the athlete, where the NSA itself has accountabilities, unliquidated funds from PSC. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Mr.
So
Chairman.
that indeed the rule is it should be the funds should be remitted to the NSA pursuant to Republic Act 6847.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, in fact, I am aware that in the case of the Gymnastics Association of the Philippines, our national athlete Carlos Yulo, who is currently under the tutelage of a Japanese mentor, would be the training expenses would be transmitted to the NSA, and that's why the NSA is the one answerable to the PSC. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair. For example, Carlos Yulo is in Japan. The request of gymnastics for in behalf of Yulo will be submitted to PEC. Once approved, it is released directly to Gymnastic Associations of the Philippines. And they will also liquidate that upon submission of documents from Japan to gymnastics, then gymnastics to the PSC, Mr. Chairman.
Similarly, in the case of Miss Hedelin Diaz, from what we read in media, it was she had a Chinese trainer,
Foreign coach. Yes,
and
Mr.
I assume he was also being compensated. To whom was PSC remitting the training expenses or coaching expenses?
In case of Heidelin Diaz, the request is coming from Heidelin to her NSA, and weightlifting will request the PSC, and once approved, because of the arrangement, like for example, the payment of Coach Gao, who was his coach during the last Olympics, Heidelin requested it to be remitted to his account, and Heidelin Diaz directly paid the foreign coach when she was in Malaysia, Mr. Chair.
You know, and in this particular case, why again I have not answered. I have not received a satisfactory answer. Why were the funds remitted to the athlete, Mr. Obiena? And I can appreciate that accounting of these funds is a burden to the athlete when in fact the funds should be remitted to the NSA, who is supposed to pay his coaches, etc. So I see the problem having started when the funds were remitted by the PSC to the athlete, including the funds for his training. So, question: why was this remitted directly to the athlete? I don't think that PATAFA has unliquidated advances which would justify releasing it to Obiena, releasing the funds to Obiena. So I asked the question, Mr. Ramirez, why was the fund remitted directly to Obiena and not to the NSA? Who will pay the coach's fees and the other training expenses?
Yes, Attorney Ray.
Mr. Chair, if you recall, the problem started on May 2018. All the releases of PSC were given to PATAFA. And in fact, the one that was given directly to AJ, we have no problem with the liquidation. In fact, AJ liquidated the financial assistance given to him directly. Right now, AG has zero liquidation with the PEC on the financial assistance directly given to him. And the one that was issued at hand, Mr. Chairman, was the one directly given to the NSAs, which is the subject of their investigation. But for this has been the practice, Mr. Chair. In fact, some of the athletes who were based abroad, usually we give it to the NSAs, and the NSAs will be the ones sending it to their athletes and coaches to pay for their honoraria or compensation. So the same with triathlon. We have an athlete in Portugal, Miss Mangrubang. The triathlon will request financial assistance to PEC, and we release it to the triathlon. Then triathlon will send it to Portugal to Miss Mangrubang to pay the foreign coaches and her training to Portugal, wherein the International Federation's training center located. So by practice, Mr. Chair, it is always been the NEC who should receive the funds. Being a non-profit, non-stock corporation, they have the obligation and powers as a corporation to transact business. So that's why NSE should be organized well. For example, the Philippine Football Federation, Mr. Chair, they have a finance committee. So all NSA should have a proper structure, just like a business corporation, Mr. Chair. But maybe some of the problems encounter are, if only to 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 sum it up, it's more of what happened with the money in case of AG. But for us, Mr. Chair, as long as the NEC have no prior unliquidated, we will receive or we will give directly to the NSA because we are also being given audit observation memorandum by COA for giving further funds to the NEC who was unliquidated. In fact, Mr. Chair, we have a pending case with COA from the previous administration because just to help the athletes to continue their training despite they have unliquidated, we PEC continue to release. And right now, it was disallowed by COA. So the previous chairman was already sued before the commission proper right now. So I think that's why that is the reason, Mr. Chair.
So, okay, given all of this, Chairman Ramirez, what do you recommend steps to be taken in order that this will not be repeated? Because it happened today, it could happen next year, it could happen this year. What are your recommendations so that this unfortunate episode will not happen again? Is there anything that can be done, or are the rules sufficient at this
We,
point?
we will maintain the same rules that we will direct the financial assistance to the NSA.
Yes.
But the NSA has to come up with a good governance that the matters, for example, that happens to an organization, if there are problems of accounting, disbursement, will be the job of the NSA to provide that activities to an athlete, that is especially training in overseas. We have around 15 NSAs that has overseas athletes on training. Now we decided, when we have this problem, the board decided that we will stick to the rule that it's only PEC to PATAFA. But we will push the NSA to provide that mechanism to provide accounting, disbursement to the athlete so that the athlete can focus its training only. So because flexibility happened, Your Honor, so now lesson learned from the PEC, we will stick to the rules.
Yes, that's when the problem happens, when we try to bend the rules. In other words, if we just follow the rules, this episode would not be before us and before the country, because if the accounting rules were followed, the COA rules were followed, it should be the NSA who will be held to task for not liquidating the amounts, even if they say that somebody else is responsible. So, I hope this teaches us a lesson. I will not go, Mr. Chairman, as to who is right and who is wrong, who is responsible for this. But I would like to think that if the rules are followed strictly, this would not have happened, and I hope this teaches us a lesson, Mr. Chairman. With that, I yield the floor to my other colleagues who may want to raise questions. I just want to remind everyone that we're here not to decide who is correct or who is wrong, not to act as an arbitration board. That is not our job. Our job is to find what policies can be enforced in order that we will not repeat this unfortunate episode. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said, I yield the floor to my other colleagues.
Thank you, Senator Drilon, our minority leader. We now call on Senator Tolentino for his questions. Sir, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I totally agree that the purpose of this investigation should be in aid of legislation, and I will stick to that, but I will be having some clarificatory questions. Mr. Chairman, what is at issue here for this representation are the following. we have Republic Act 6847, which was promulgated January 24, 1990. It is an act creating and establishing the Philippine Sports Commission. And among the provisions of Republic Act 6847 is Section 13. It refers to the National Sports Association. What is enumerated in Section 13 should probably, insofar as this representation is concerned, reflect the functions likewise of the National Sports Association, in this case, PATAFA. Looking at the PATAFA Articles of Incorporation, I would like to just see an affirmative nod or a negative nod from the PATAFA if indeed the PATAFA was incorporated 2015. Is that correct? Tama po ba? PATAFA was incorporated 2015.
Attorney Cabillas is here.
Yes, sir. Or 2017, if
There-
I'm not mistaken.
I remember there were amendments, Mr. Chairman, there were amendments to the Articles of Incorporation.
2017, tama po ba? Kasi nandito po, nakapirma po kayo lahat dito.
Yes.
Kaya ko po tinatanong yan, Mr. Chairman, dahil po sa Republic Act 6847, naka-enumerate po yung mga functions ng National Sports Association na sa aking palagay ay dapat na-adapt po doon sa Articles of Incorporation. And among this, to adopt a constitution and bylaws not inconsistent with the constitution and bylaws of the Philippine Olympic Committee, to raise funds, donations, etc., etc. Nowhere, Mr. Chairman, and for the record, nowhere can we find a provision coming from the Republic Act that I mentioned that would involve advertising contracts. Subalit, Mr. Chairman, dito po sa Articles of Amended Bylaws, maging sa Amended Bylaws ng PATAFA, nakalagay po doon, letter K, Section 13, nakasaad po doon, review any advertising contracts entered into by an individual athlete or club that capitalizes on the talent or involvement of the athlete or club in track and field. Unquote. Dito po ako magtatanong whether this is part of the autonomous provision in Section 13 of the law. I think that's part of the that would be part of the recommendations or results of this investigation. Mr. Chairman, part of the inculpatory statements made a while ago by Mr. Obiena was that he was asked sometime before the Tokyo Olympics by Mr. Huico at napagalitan siya, bakit pumapasok siya sa mga sponsorship contracts without his knowledge. Gusto ko pong tanungin si Mr. Obiena, nangyari po ba talaga ito na pinagalitan kayo ni Mr. Huico dahil hindi nyo siya in-involved sa negotiation? Mr. Obiena? Sir, you can
Your
answer.
Honor, yes po, this has happened multiple times, back in 2017, in 2020, and 2021.
So, Mr. Obiena, meron po bang pagkakataon na naudlot, hindi natuloy, yung isang sponsorship offer dahil sa interference, quote-unquote, na ginawa ni Mr. Huico?
Back in 2017 po, when I was injured, an apparel brand would still want me to be their endorser, Your Honor. Months after providing Mr. Huico the contract, as he said he would discuss with the representative of this apparel brand, suddenly the contract that was initially provided was retracted by the company. Senator, I needed to basically come to their office and beg them if they can still provide me apparel sponsorship. Unfortunately, of course, I didn't have anymore the said contract, and they stick to providing me with apparels po.
Maybe allowed to
Tatanungin
respond.
ko po ang PATAFA mamaya. Tanungin ko po kayo kung paano po pumapasok sa libro ang sponsorship. Ito po ba ay direkta sa atleta o dadaan po ito sa libro ng PATAFA tapos ibibigay po sa atleta? Tatanungin, you will have your piece later on. Pero tuloy ko lang po kay Mr. Obiena. Meron po bang pagkakataon, was there ever an incident wherein prior or during the negotiation process, kasama na po ang PATAFA? Kailangan po bang, nagkasabay po ba yon?
There was one instance when a sports foundation was willing to help me. Suddenly, Mr. Huico called me and said that he was not part of the discussions, and he was asking me if I was being paid, and I said this was still during me still discussing with the said sports foundation how are we going to move forward. And during this time po, I believe as Mr. Huico have said, he communicated with the said sports foundation, and I believe it was somehow derailed, if I may say that word po. I cannot recollect exactly.
Can you name that sports foundation? Is it a Philippine base or a foreign base?
It's a Philippine-based sports foundation po.
Ito ba yung MVP Sports Foundation?
Yes, exactly, Your Honor.
So dahil doon, hindi ka na natulungan ng MVP Sports Foundation. Tama po ba yon?
Natulungan pa rin po, but I needed to basically go again directly and talk to the MVP Sports Foundation and basically ask my mentor, Mr. Lafferty, on my behalf to please convince MVP to not, disregard me as one of their athletes.
Ngayon pong napabalita na hindi ka na binibigyan ng PATAFA o ng Philippine Sports Commission ng pondo, ikaw ba tumatanggap sa ibang sponsors, or whether this is a private entity, sports foundation, or what have you? Para matuloy yung training mo, tumatanggap ka ba?
At the moment po, I'm being actually sent money by my own alumni, Chiang Kai-shek College, and fellow alumni back in my Ateneo days. Some of the track athletes actually have shelled out their own money po. I would put it into small words. It is more of a crowdfunding what's currently happening po with my situation.
So paano katatagal yan papunta sa Southeast Asian Games, Paris Olympics, kung walang tulong ang Philippine Sports Commission o PATAFA? Sapat ba yung natatanggap mo sa mga pribadong individual? Siguro, nag-number 4 ka nung isang araw sa Germany, baka bibigyan ka nung iba, papangakuan. Pero sa tagal pa ng Paris Olympics, palagay mo, mapapahaba mo pa ba yung PC, so to speak?
I actually currently owe a bunch of people some money because I needed to have my surgery done in January of 2022. I actually asked Vitri himself, and he actually instructed me to go ahead basically and do the surgery. May it be funded or not funded by the Philippine government, he said that he would be the one communicating with the doctor, and he would make sure that I would be able to get that treatment as soon as possible po. So I still owe him some money, and hopefully I'll be able to pay him back soon.
So basically now, Mr. Obiena, EJ, you're on your own. Carrying the flag for the country, but practically on your own.
I wouldn't want to think that, but financially, I would say yes po.
Can I now get some quick retorts from the PATAFA or the Philippine Sports Commission? Ang tanong ko po kanina ay ganito. At what stage for PATAFA, at what stage do you involve yourselves when it comes to negotiating, or when it comes to EJ Obiena negotiating with private sponsors, the sports apparel, shoes, for instance, that you mentioned a while ago, or even the MVP Sports Foundation. Anong yugto ng pakikipag-usap ni EJ Obiena sumasali po ang PATAFA? Anybody from PATAFA can answer.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, before President Philip would say anything on the specific instances and the procedure, let me just state that the law creating the PSC and mentions about the National Sports Association, well, they give the general what should be required in the Articles of Incorporation. It does not stop the NSA to be able to put procedures like this to help and to benefit the athletes and the PATAFA. And so therefore, it is clear, Mr. Chairman, that there is no question on the validity of the amendments to the PATAFA Charter that were submitted in 2017 because, in fact, Mr. Chairman, the SEC approved the Articles of Incorporation. And so now, this is really, by the Board of Trustees, we really feel that in situations like this, being the mother federation, we have something to do to protect our athletes. Now, we like to ask President Huico to be able to
I
answer.
can have a quick retort with that because it was mentioned a while ago that this hearing is in aid of legislation. I know that letter L is an all-encompassing clause, but that's really the gist. So if you have to amend the law here, I'm referring to Republic Act 6847. I think the next remedial legislation would have to be precise and specific so that this won't happen again. So thank you,
I agree.
Congressman
Yeah, I agree,
Rufus.
yeah.
But I think PATAFA should respond.
May I answer?
Anong yugto po kayo sumasali sa negotiation pag merong isang atleta kagaya ni EJ Obiena ang kinakausap ng mga sports apparel, shoes sponsors or private sports foundations? Sir Rico.
Okay, under our rules, which he knows, and which the coaches know, the moment you are approached by a sponsor, you are supposed to inform your coach, and the coach will inform the PATAFA. Why? I'll give you an example, and it's very recent, and it involves EJ. Yung sinasabi niya ng 2020, we had a program with a company here, a big company, which asked us to feature EJ in that program. It's a kids program, and we gathered all of our athletes to appear in that program, which is supported by the World Athletics, our mother federation. So we got all of them to support it. When it came to EJ, all of a sudden, I was told, I cannot do that. I cannot do that because EJ has been committed to a sponsor which has locked out other sponsors. I said, ano yun? We have an official national program here, which is our commitment to our international federation, and we cannot do anything about it. EJ cannot appear in this endorse this because you, without any authority from us, not an official of PATAFA, just entered into an agreement. And so I said, as far as I'm concerned, that agreement does not exist because under our rules, you are supposed to inform PATAFA and get PATAFA involved because it has NSA implications. It has implications. It could affect other athletes, okay? It could affect our program. We just want to make sure that everything is coordinated and we do not get into this conflict of interest situations. To put order into this whole thing. Very recently, a running shoe company, approached an athlete, our athlete. And the athlete, knowing the rules, texted me, emailed me, and said, "Sir, I have been approached by the running shoes company if I could endorse, and this is the offer." So, A meeting was arranged between us and the running shoe company, and we came up, and we are now coming up with a mutually acceptable solution to this thing. Meaning, it protects the interest of PATAFA, it protects the interest of the athlete so that the athlete is not made to go into so many places, so many activities, even when she is training. And it protects the interest of the running shoe. That's all. That's all that is needed there. We do not ask for any commission. In fact, we just want to make sure that the athlete is protected and gets maximum benefit. Ayun, yung sinasabi kanina, na yun daw foundation. You know, that foundation came up with a poster in Viber in one of the platforms. And it showed EJ surrounded by other athletes that the foundation was supporting. I said, ano ito? Parang the implication is that EJ is being supported by this foundation like those others were. So I asked him, ano ba yan, EJ? What is that? He said, well, you know, it is, sir, kasi ano yan eh, non-profit naman yan eh. Non-profit. You know, ang usapan natin dito is that you should discuss it with us. So, I called up officers of the foundation. I said, look, you want to give EJ money, we want him to get money. Let's just put some order here, okay? If you are really sincerely interested in getting EJ as your endorser or whatever you want to call him, let us talk about it. Yung pala now, EJ says, despite all of that, he went and proceeded with the deal, meaning totally defying us, disregarding us. So ganun pala ang nangyari. Ngayon ko lang nalaman. Okay, if that's what he did, that's what he did. But, you know, our athletes, our coaches follow it. I can show you the recently signed contract and everybody is happy. It's just that we want to make sure the athlete's talent, the athlete's time is properly protected and that, alam mo, for example, he enters into an agreement with a shoe company and then another shoe company wants to sponsor the Philippine National Championship. And then that shoe company that is sponsoring that athlete says, hindi ka pwedeng sumali because your NSA sponsor is our competitor. You see, that is the problem that is created. Yung sinasabi niya kaninang apparel, that was brought to my attention. I gave it to our marketing and communications director at that time, and they started talking about it. And then the apparel company did not show up anyway. In fact, our marketing and communications director advised EJ, huwag kang papayag na kung yan lang ibibigay sa'yo. Humingi ka ng mas maraming sapatos. Huwag lang yan. Meaning the advice was always, get some more. Get as much as you can for your benefit. It wasn't to prevent them from, that's not our logic. It's our desire for the athletes to get as much as they can.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Before I recognize EJ Obiena, with the permission of the chair, just a follow-up question. So ang lumalabas po ngayon, from what I've heard, is that during the initial process of negotiations with a private sponsor, the PATAFA, or even during the midst of a negotiation process, the PATAFA should be there to protect the athlete. Tama po ba yon? Para hindi naman siya madihado. Kaya pumapasok ang PATAFA. So, ang gusto ko lang malaman ay dahil dito po sa inyong amended bylaws, which I mentioned a while ago, circa February 10, 2015, ang nakalagay po dito, letter K, sa inyong amended bylaws, review any advertising contracts entered into by an individual athlete or club that capitalizes on the talent or involvement of the athlete or club in track and field. I underscore the word review. Pag sinabi pong review, done after. Tapos na po yung endorsement. Bibigay dapat sa inyo yung kontrata to review. And what is review? You analyze. You evaluate kung tama yung pinasukan ni ng atleta, halimbawa po si EJ. So it should not be done at the initial stage, in the middle stage, but it should be done after a contract has been negotiated. Pero sa nabanggit po kanina, yung pong sa MVP Foundation, nagne-negotiate pa lang, sumali na yung PATAFA na diskarel. So that's one. Number two, ito po bang mga nag-i-sponsor ngayon kay EJ? Dahil wala na siyang suporta sa Philippine Sports Commission. Wala na, nabanggit niya kanina. Yung nagpa-opera sa kanya, ito po ay sponsorship din. May papel din po ba dito ang PATAFA to review the sponsorship for a surgery sa kung saan man siya nagpa-opera? Please answer those two questions, PATAFA.
Stated, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Senator, in the articles of
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead,
incorporation. Hello?
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir. With the permission
Those are
of the
what are stated in the articles of incorporation review. But in our athletes and coaches handbook, which is the implementation of these policies, it says there, we shall work on it together. Number two, Mr. Obiena, as we stated in our statement before, when we said we were moving on, has decided to get out of the protective umbrella and jurisdiction of the PATAFA. We wish him luck. So he is on his own, and we have nothing anymore to do with any sponsors that he gets. He's a free agent. Because we have 48, 49 other athletes to deal with, he does not recognize our authority, our desire to help him. He has aligned himself with other parties. He says he will be able to get the support of other parties. Okay, we wish him luck, but we have to move on. So, in answer to your question, many people promised to support him, and I guess those people will support him.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. But to remind PATAFA, I'm not siding here with anyone. The articles of incorporation, including the amended bylaws, which was mentioned by Congressman Rufus Rodriguez a while ago, it complies with Republic Act 6847, and it is of a higher nature than your handbook, and it should be followed to the letter. Review, as far as this representation is concerned, should happen after an event or a documentation has been processed. Not before, not in the middle of the negotiation process, but after, to analyze. May we now, Mr. Chairman, may we recognize Mr. EJ Obiena for his short reply.
Honorable Senators, I would just want to clarify po that I never sent a resignation letter or have an intent to separate myself from my own NSA. May I just remind that I was removed by none other than by their committee as they recommended it back in January 4 of 2022. And to just expound a little bit more on that instance on 2017, what exactly happened was that shoe company told me that the demands of the following Mr. Philip Elahuico made them impossible for them to have me. As stated by my recollection, that they wanted that this apparel company sponsors the federation to be able to sponsor me. So what happened was this apparel company said that it is still a business and it's still a sponsorship. It is not some kind of donation. Therefore, it's still some kind of business and we cannot provide this much for what I am worth currently at that time. In short po, I was leveraged and I was used, and in my opinion, in my humble perspective, I think that is unfair.
Mr. Chairman, I will just go for my second round. We have other colleagues waiting here since 3 hours ago. So I would be gentle enough to yield the floor to Senator Cayetano, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you, Mr.
Senator Pia.
Thank you to my colleague, Senator Tolentino, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to focus on a different topic, but just a follow-up question on the sponsorship issue. This is directed to PSC, Chairman Butch Ramirez, no? Do you have guidelines on sponsorship and the role of the NSA versus the benefits that could potentially be had by the athletes, such that, you know, if certain amounts are being discussed and a sponsor ends up walking away, the obviously the NSA has nothing to lose in the sense that tuloy-tuloy naman yung kanilang operations, but for an athlete, wala naman akong kilalang mayaman na wala naman akong kilalang athlete, with all due respect, except siguro our colleague Senator Pacquiao, no, who some sports, no, can really give you a good income, but most athletes don't have that kind of income. So really, they're at the losing end if these negotiations don't materialize, no? So any guidelines, Chairman, and if there are, just very briefly, and if there are none, then what? What do you suggest that you do?
At the moment, Your Honor, there is no guideline based on the law. However, it would be good for the sponsor and the NSA to talk to us because government can provide tax incentive, Your Honor. So at the moment, there is no, the private sponsors, almost all of them have not been transparent to us. We
Okay.
wanted to because we would like to know the government is spending this athlete this much. We do not know how much the private sponsor are spending. Halimbawa, gumagastos kami sa isang atleta 5 million sa isang exposure. Sa kanya, 250 pero diretso sa atleta. So, importante yata that at this time, if there are amendments, dapat mapag-uusapan sa NSA, atleta at saka sponsor. Tsaka ang gobyerno, Your Honor, can provide tax incentive.
Okay, let's keep this short and simple, Mr. Chairman, kasi we have a lot of other topics to discuss, no? So I think that's one lesson, no? I hope the committee will already make that recommendation that PSC would come out with those clear guidelines. Why? This is not happening only in PATAFA. Athletes in various NSAs, no, would be approached. Obviously, if you're the star, you would be approached, okay? And if the NSA now, for those who act in good faith, and I would like to assume that most, if not all, would act in good faith, would want to help the athlete get the best of that out of that negotiation. But I would assume, okay, and it has not been mentioned here, but let me just assume, and maybe we can see a thumbs up from the other NSA presidents or secgens who are present. I would assume that sometimes in the mind of the NSAs, they also want the other athletes or maybe the NSA itself to benefit from the negotiations of that particular athlete. Is that fair? Is that not fair? I don't know. I don't know the answer. I bring it back to the sports professionals because President Wico specifically said earlier in his statement that they get involved. I wrote it down in my notes. They get involved in the negotiations for the benefit of the athlete and PATAFA. So he said that for the benefit of PATAFA also. So I think we need clear guidelines here, di ba? Is that fair enough, no? Yung trabaho ng isang athlete gusto ng NSA, ang makinabang is the NSA, not just the athlete. I won't put any judgment there, pero if the sponsor ends up walking away and says, sorry, pero ang afford ko lang is itong particular athlete mo. And again, because EJ is the one here now, let's use him as an example. Kung isa lang naman ng Olympian mo na nag-qualify, okay? Is it fair to ask a sponsor to cover the expenses of the entire pool of in your NSA? And I'm not saying those are the terms. I'm just giving you examples because I'm fairly knowledgeable on this issue. I'm also an athlete, like I said. So is that fair? And no one else will come up with those guidelines, Mr. Chairman, except PSC, di ba? So I think these are very valid discussions, and it shouldn't be case to case lang, because all of the NSAs are having these discussions, should be having these discussions. And I totally agree with Chairman Ramirez na we want to know those amounts. Government wants to know those amounts. If you recall, Chairman Ramirez, I would always quote what I would read in papers on what are the spendings of other countries. Kasi hindi ko alam yung spending natin. Other countries, they have estimates, no, like in Australia, in US, they have spent X millions of dollars to create one Olympian. As to how they got their info also, kasi the range is really huge. I also don't know how reliable that is. So I agree with you, di ba? That we should know. Kasi like you said, government might be spending 5 million. Yung pala, the private sponsorships is double that. And then we're going to say it cost us 5 million. No, it cost us 3 times that because double yung participation ng private. So this is a valid issue, and I'm just so sorry that EJ has to be the one to take the brunt for all this, di ba? Na parang masama pa siya, nawalan pa siya ng athlete. When kung maganda sana ang usapan, I think we could have come out of this better, di ba? The kid could have sponsors now and hopefully win-win. Pero obviously for PSC, I'm sure PSC can see it, that I don't know how any negotiations at this point for sponsorship would work well in favor of EJ, right? I don't feel that his NSA is excited to support him at this point. In fact, they kicked him out. No? So I'll pose a rhetorical question. Kung may lumapit na sponsor right now kay EJ, tutulungan nyo ba to get that sponsorship? Di na siguro kasi you kicked him out already. So I don't know. I don't know how to proceed, given the facts that have been presented to us, and most of which are consistent with what we've read in the newspapers, Your Honor. So that's one point, no? Sponsorship. I can ask more questions about that, but one more question na lang. Again, Mr. Wico mentioned, and it was shown, some kind of, what was that? Is that a handbook or an agreement regarding the rules regarding sponsorship? Kailan ho na-finalize yun? Has that been since the time that you were incorporated, or bago lang? Can I just get a quick answer on the date that those guidelines of PATAFA?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, there were bits and pieces of the handbook that were passed prior to my time. But it was during my time, last September, that we consolidated all of these things and sort of codified it and came up with an athletes and coaches handbook, which was passed on to all of the athletes, discussed with them, so that there is common agreement and there is common expectation of what to expect from the handbook. If you are a coach, you are an athlete, okay?
Mr. Chair, if I may interject, was that September 2021? And we're talking of an incident that transpired 2017? Parang...
That's why I said, Mr. Chairman,
effect ata ito.
Mr. Chairman, that's why I said there were bits and pieces of this even before. But that was already part of it as early as 2016, yung consultation and agreement of PATAFA with regard to sponsorship. That already happened in 2016. There was a situation like that, and that was when that particular provision was framed already, that it is a tripartite agreement among sponsor, athlete, and the NSA. As early as 2016.
Okay. But again, like I said, I toss this back to PSC, no, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
The written guidelines are from what we see, there may iba pero wala namang na-present sa atin kung ano yung iba daw na basis for that ruling. What you have is something created in September or signed in September 2021. So it's hard to say. And again, like Senator Drilon said, we're not here to be the judge, no. We're just laying the basis of why there's all this confusion. So we need clear guidelines on these sponsorships. I'll move to another topic, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. Again, this is for PSC, no. Si Attorney, did I get the name right? Is it Attorney Elroy? Is that correct?
Eroy. Attorney Eroy, ma'am.
Eroy.
Yes.
Eroy. Yes, Attorney Eroy, just quick clarification on your statements. When you were asked by Senator Drilon who the payments were made, no? And you quoted the charter of PSC and how there are NSAs that are in charge of every athlete. But there's nothing in that law that specifically says that PSC will pay the NSA. Walang ganon. It's basically you put together Section 11 and Section 13 that says that it's your responsibility to assist, supervise, blah, 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 and that the NSAs have their own responsibility. So putting that together, I guess we can all conclude that you would now be releasing your funding to these NSAs, right? Correct?
Yes, ma'am, because under Section 11, it also, in relation to Section 13, it really states that the give financial assistance to sports associations which are good in standing with the commission. Yes, ma'am.
Anyway, I'll get back to you later specifically on that because I think you're reading the rules, not...
Yes, ma'am. Section
That's not in the
11.
law.
Yes,
That's the
ma'am.
rules. Oh, wala sa law. That's the rules. So it's
No,
the
ma'am.
rules that are...
To assist and support national associations in the implementation of Section 13. So,
Okay,
Can I
anyway, yes,
interject?
go ahead.
One question, Mr. Chairman. The words good standing was mentioned a while ago, good standing with the commission as a prerequisite before the release of funds to an association. May we know from the Philippine Sports Commission if a declaration of persona non grata of the head of the association would be considered as an indicia of lack of good standing? Just to clarify all of this, because I foresee some questions related to this. What would good standing mean? Good standing, would good standing be an indication that it is in good standing with the Philippine Olympic Committee, the Olympic movement, or would the declaration of persona non grata, which we have read in various media accounts of the head, be considered as part of that good standing definition? May we know from the Philippine Sports Commission?
Yes, Your Honor. The good standing that the PSC is talking is about, for example, the NSA, who is independent, autonomous, and SEC registered. And if they cannot liquidate, then we have to stop funding. That's why when Senator Drilon was concerning us why we did not stick to the rules that we only fund NSA, why we have to remit to athletes, because when an NSA is suspended from the PSC because violated to the board resolution or PSC policy, not to hamper the training of the athletes, we still remit that money to the athletes. That's one. And number two, on areas like, for example, controversial cases, no, that involves criminal offense or whatever, is something that the board has to discuss. Persona non grata, the NSA is under IF and they are NGO. The POC is NGO under IOC. We recognize them by the law, but the PSC is a government. And that whatever POC is recognized doesn't mean that we recognize. And the board has to discuss the merits and demerits of the persona non grata. At the moment, the case of an athlete and the NSA have not been orderly secured. So that's why when we reported to the Senate on the date on November 22, we were, for example, there was a statement to rectify the injustice done to AG Obiena. On the part of the PEC board, we have not seen that area because it's just an exchange of statement. It was a question of a simple liquidation from his NSA and AG Obiena. But persona non grata is something that the board has to look at further, Your Honor. If it is considered not in good standing.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let me continue, Your Honors. So under Section 11, it specifically states here that PSC exercises supervisory and visitorial powers over the NSAs in connection with sports promotion development programs with respect to which financial assistance is extended by the Commission. And this is the very reason why during the budget deliberations of PSC, this representation moved to recall the approval of the budget of PSC, because it is our humble belief that based on this provision of law, this financial assistance that is given to the NSAs may be withdrawn, should be withdrawn, if the NSAs is not performing its duty. Your Honor, if you recall, Chairman Ramirez, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, and we were able to move forward because of His Honor's commitment that he will resolve this issue. So let me now go straight to the point that I am making. I was referring to Attorney Eroy. And Attorney Eroy, you said earlier in response to Senator Drilon's questions that funding is generally released to the NSA, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And then you went on to say that kaya I want specific answers kasi this is me trying to be trying to transcribe your response, okay? So this is not verbatim, but I was typing as you were speaking. Sabi mo, right now, EJ has zero liquidation with PSC, but PATAFA still has liquidation. So walk us back slowly, one by one, kung ano ba nangyari dito. Because EJ testified that there was a board resolution in 2019 in late 2019, and sorry, there was a board resolution in January 2019 referring to expense. Is it 2019 or 2020? Referring to expenses of the previous month, correct? May board resolution yon, di ba? Ito. Board resolution dated January 2019 for training fees covering November 2018 to October 2019. So I just like to confirm from PSC because that is a document shown by EJ. So that is the correct document, right? That board resolution.
Yes,
Dated
ma'am.
January 2019 covering training fees November 2018 to October 2019. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, correct 'yon. Ano yung total amount? Yun ang hindi ko na total. Ano yung total amount nun?
I think the total amount dyan, ma'am, yung board resolution yan is 3,176,249.40. Yeah.
Okay, so 3.1 million.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
then this was, according to EJ, this was delivered in 3 tranches. February 2019, so a month after the resolution was filed, another one in May 2019, and the third date I did not get. Di ko na nakopya. Ano ba yung third nun, EJ? Was that August? What was that date?
September po.
September, okay. So almost over 9 months. Yeah, I remember you said 9 months na-release yan. Kanino na-release yung funds na yon?
2 releases went to PATAFA, and I think the last releases went to AG Obiena, ma'am.
Okay, what is the reason why you went to EJ and broke again that rule that you have?
Yun, ma'am, if PATAFA does not liquidate yet the previous financial assistance, so in order not to violate the COA Circular 001/2007, we and PATAFA approve the direct releases to the athletes. We give it to the athletes directly, ma'am, upon the approval of the board.
So you're saying that PATAFA had unliquidated amounts, and that's why you had to direct your payments to EJ to be consistent with COA circulars?
Yes, ma'am. In order not to disrupt the training of AJ in Italy.
How much yung unliquidated ng PATAFA?
I don't have the record with me right now, ma'am, but as of now, I think their unliquidated remains from the previous administration, which was carried over by this current administration of PATAFA, and they are still paying it now, ma'am, into a monthly installment, around 400,000, ma'am.
400,000 pesos or dollars?
Pesos, ma'am. Remaining,
400,000 pesos.
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that is the reason why you had to direct it to EJ.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then I'm trying to decide which way to go because I have a couple of questions in mind.
In fact, ma'am, this happens also to Pingkak Silat athletes, judo athletes, because they had unliquidated. This happens in 2019. So in order that their training for SEA Games will not be disrupted, the board, upon representation of the NSAs, to release the financial assistance to individual athletes who will vie for in the last SEA Games, ma'am. So that's why their training continues, and we give the money to the athletes.
Okay. Who is the contract between coaches and when a coach is hired, who does that coach sign a contract with? With the athlete, with PSE, with the NSA, who?
The general practice of PSC, ma'am, is that usually the foreign coach arrive in the Philippines, and the PSC and the foreign coach signs the contract together with the NSA president. And for overseas athletes who have foreign coaches, we give it to their NSAs. This happened to a couple of NSAs because they have anyway, they have a capacity to enter into a contract also, being a corporation. So it is valid for as long as it is duly executed by the parties in the NSAs
Okay.
and the foreign coach.
Correct. So, since the NSAs have the legal capacity to enter into contracts, they are allowed, and you recognize their authority to enter into contracts with the coaches of their athletes. And so, if it's a coach abroad, it would be then, because you're just saying because PSC is not physically present all the time. That's basically the reason, because you said when it's local, PSC is a party. So when it's not local, then it's NSA and the foreign coach. So in the case of EJ's coach, who are the contracting parties?
Contracting parties were the foreign coach, Petrov, and PATAFA president, ma'am, Philip Elawico.
Okay, and so therefore, the obligation to make payment would be between whom?
PSC to PATAFA, then PATAFA to the coach, ma'am, usually, if that is the ano. But their arrangement depends on with their athletes on how they make some transactions. For as long as on the part of the PEC, they can liquidate the seed amount if we are giving it to them.
So you're saying that all this time, PSC was allowing the athletes to be the one to be burdened with making those payments? Because you just said right now, it depends on their arrangement. So if they will decide that I will let my athlete take care of all the payments, then that has been the practice so far.
Yes, ma'am. In fact, we have one direct releases to EJ. In fact, EJ liquidated it recently in one of the email that EJ presented. So we accepted the liquidation. In fact, we are also coordinating with our resident auditor. For as long as the money is properly acknowledged, it can be liquidated already. So that's why EJ was able to fully liquidate the financial assistance given to him.
Okay, I'll direct this now to Chairman Butch Ramirez. But Chairman, meanwhile, you are acknowledging that this practice is not ideal. Is that correct?
Yes,
Because it's an added burden to the athlete. Is that correct?
yes.
I'm just going to ask leading questions, Your Honor. You are free to disagree with me. I'm just trying to simplify this this discussion. So it is an added burden to the athletes if they have to make these payments, correct or not?
Yes, yes.
And when you send a lump sum, and again, I'm just using EJ's case as an example. I'm sure there are many out there. When you have an amount of 3 million pesos, and then this 3 million, if you look at the board resolution, I think it's for 3 or 4 items. It says coaching fees, it says board and lodging, but there was nothing there about medical. So I asked EJ, how did you pay for your medical? Sabi niya, well, technically, wala doon ng medical. So I don't know kung ano yung usapan nyo, kung meron siyang emergency or meron siyang pang PT, parang wag na lang siya kumain, mag-PT na lang siya. You know, I don't know. I don't know how that works, no? Or if gamitin niya sa PT, is he guilty of misuse of the funds? How do you expect an athlete to survive? Again, I'm just an amateur athlete, and yet I go to a PT. I have therapy done on my wrist, on my hamstrings, and I'm just an amateur. So
Your Honor, in the case of Obiena, he's not the only one. We have Bidilin Diaz, where we directly remit the money of almost the same amount. We have also athletes in the US, swimming and track and field, and Mangrubang in Portugal, because the PEC accounting office, they have a number. The accounting office are also guiding the athlete on how to liquidate. As a matter of fact, previous to the problem of Obiena was liquidating. Nagkataon lang itong remaining years niya, na last 2 years may problema. That's why when I was asked a while ago by Senator Drilon, if we are pushed to stick to the law, malaking problema din yan, Senator, dahil pag unliquidated yung NSA, we will be stopping the training of the athletes. That's why the flexibility that the PEC did was to really help the athletes.
Yes, you're explaining that's why you went directly to the athlete, no? That's your
Yes.
explanation. Yes, to fill that gap, no? Because habang unliquidated ang NSA. I understand. I understand, Mr. Chairman. But in this situation, no, 300.1 million pesos, okay, covering previous year, and then released in 3 tranches. Ano yung uunahin niyang babayaran doon? And then in pesos, pero yung babayaran niya in euro, and not covered ang transfer fee and yung exchange rate. So sino magbabayad noon? Siya. I'm just explaining that whether it's EJ, Hidilin, whoever other athletes, these are additional burdens we place on them. And you already acknowledge that, yes, it is a burden and we must correct the system, correct?
Okay. Yes, Your Honor.
Because if you feel that this is their burden, I don't know how they will do it because kahit ako hindi ko kaya.
May I answer, Your Honor?
Of course.
Fundamentally, the NSA being an independent autonomous organization and SEC registered, we expect that in governance they can govern. Because in the course of this conversation now, we are going to follow the law. And if there are out of 71 NSAs, 15 hindi makapag-liquidate, maantala din yung training ng mga atleta, Mr. Senator. Kaya nag-flex kami doon. But we never thought that PATAFA will have a problem of their athletes because we expect PATAFA to govern internally. So yun ang problema. That's why we really wanted, after you called our attention to look at this one seriously, we really wanted them to sit down. As a matter of fact, EJ wrote us a letter, if I may go out of the way, about his medical needs. There is a check available at the PEC office. Our accounting have informed AJ the availability of the check, but he did not claim kasi because of the problem with his NSA, baka meron siyang mga concern. That's why we wanted them to reconcile para they can go back kasi yung atleta talagang totoo yung sinabi kanina na magka-problema talaga siya because the help of the government is constant, consistent, pera ng taong bayan. Yung sponsor, anytime they can carry it out.
Yeah. Another clarification I need to ask, no? earlier, si EJ showed a slide that showed that they had made payments as early as 2019. And yet, sa PATAFA, they do not acknowledge any payments in 2019. May I just get a quick answer from, is it Mr. Noel Silva, who was the one who presented this? How come hindi nyo in-acknowledge yung payments that EJ made to his coach in 2019? So saan napunta yung perang yun kung hindi nyo ina-acknowledge?
Hi, Senator. Good afternoon. We based the payments to Vitaly from the documents that was sent by Vitaly, and based from the documents sent by Vitaly, that 900 was not included, po, Senator.
But okay, let me just go to the conclusion to keep this simple. Sa mahabang diskusyon na nangyari in public, and then also it took up a lot of time in this hearing. At the end of the day, si Coach Petrov said that his whole coaching fee has been paid. The 85,000 due has been paid. Do you recognize that, Chairman Butch?
Yes. That's
Okay,
why
so that is...
That's why AJ have liquidated subject to COA post-audit.
Yes, I saw that. There's an email coming from PSC recognizing that. So is it possible, PATAFA, that we can move forward on this? Kasi liquidated na as far as PSC is concerned. Would you like to have our world ranking number 3, Paul Volter, continue to work, and that you just work with PSC to resolve this so that we can move on from this? Is that possible on your end?
Your Honor, if after this noble hearing that the Senate have called us, we can discuss with Chairman Rofus, President Popoya, and AJ if he needs his lawyer, because that's all what we want. That's why I was worried about our commitment to to the Senate inquiry, that we are committed. As a matter of fact, to be brutally frank, if we saw some area that where we can suspend funding to PATAFA, we will do that. But we have to accord PATAFA a due process, just like AG Obiena. But yun lang, I cannot stop them from exchanging.
May I say something?
No, sorry, sir. I'll acknowledge you when I'm done with my questioning. No, because what I wanted, Mr. Chairman, if I go back to my resolution, I will just stick to my resolution. Our objective, the end view of strengthening relevant laws and policies to ensure athletes' welfare and sports development in the country. This is consistent with the Constitution. I will not bore you by reading the Constitution, but this is consistent. All of us here love sports, so I would imagine you already know what the Constitution says about it, including the removal of administrative burden placed upon athletes to enable them to focus on their training and competition. If we keep on doing this, EJ will not be able to focus on his training and competition. And I do believe that his psychologist is here. I'd like her to be called to give a statement after I finish my my line of questioning on this point. So that's the reason, Mr. Chairman, that I'm just saying, can you just resolve this on your own? Can PATAFA acknowledge their world ranking athlete, acknowledge that there have been miscommunications and misunderstanding, hurtful words have clearly been said, hurtful to everybody, and move on so that the athlete can continue. I recognize what EJ was saying earlier. I saw he volunteered the email that he posted to everyone asking to set some boundaries. 20 years ago, you talk about boundaries, and even my father, for all his love and strictness towards me, he would be like, anong boundaries? I'm your father. Ganun talaga yung old style. Pero ngayon, we recognize boundaries. Oh, I see my good friend, Congressman Rufus, nodding his head kasi alam niya yung old school. Parang, ano ba yung boundaries? Pero may boundaries na ngayon. Ganun na talaga. We need to understand, for the best performance, they need to be in the zone. If their zone requires for 23 out of the 24 hours, naka-headset sila. Do you see these swimmers? Naka-headset yan just before their walang kinakausap. Di ba, Chairman, nung ngumingiti ka? Di ba, naka-headset yan. They listen lang to the voice they want to hear. Unfortunately, if the voice they do not want to hear is a parent or even the president of their NSA, ganun eh. These are little sacrifices that we make for the athletes because they need to hear the voice they need to hear. Hindi
Senator,
tayo pwede magtampo. And sabihin natin na wala tayong access, blah, blah, blah. It's really mind-boggling that we take up 5 hours to discuss this. As Senator Drilon said, we're not the judge here, but I'm just sharing my perspective as an athlete and as a mother of athletes also. Mr. Chairman,
Madam
Chairman
Senator,
Ramirez.
your
Yes.
concern is my concerns. That's the very heart of our initiative. Even before the problem occurred, we've been talking to AJ on difficult times. No? AJ knows that. I've been talking to him. Was also talking to Popoy. That's why I really wanted them to cease fire from talking, although there are many participants. And Congressman Ropos has been very, very cooperative. I would even love that Congressman Ropos and President Popoy can discuss, then and then AG Obiena, we can be accommodated para matapos na itong lahat. Kasi kami, I would just like to go beyond the normal, that we are thinking, ako as the presiding chair, I'm thinking that we could, because anything that is recognized by POC, by NEC, we are not under NEC and POC. We could support AG anytime we want. But we are on the premise that we recognize the presence of the NSA, silang kausap namin. But as a matter of fact, the existence of POC is for the athletes. I would like to inform the NSA and the POC about that. That's why I would like them to discuss once and for all. Nandito naman tayo. Nandito si Congressman Bambol. Nandito si Congressman Ropos. Si Popoy, si AJ. Kaya palagi kong inuulit nga, nahiyang ako para kung pare senator about humility. Pwede mang one step backward tayo para matapos to But I do not know them. Kasi when both are right, they really fight for it. Kasi kung ako lang, sundan ko lang si Senator Pia, si Senator Tolentino, Senator Bongo, tapos na ito before 5 o'clock The check are all available here, but there are rules we have to observe with the PATAFA. Yes, thank you, Senator.
Senator Drilon would like to be recognized.
Yes, I joined the call of the good PSC chairman because there will be consequences here, and the problem becomes more complicated the moment the Southeast Asian Games take place. Talagang maging komplikado ito. Given the situation that we heard today, Mr. Chairman, if Mr. Huico does not certify EJ as an athlete, what will the IATF recognize Mr. Obiena? I doubt it. From the little that I know of the rules, so unless and therefore I join the PSC chairman in appealing to both Mr. Obiena and Mr. Huico to settle this for the national interest in the first place. We must be very careful that government, from what I understand, government interference is abhorred by the Olympic Committee. And with all due respect, this is a very thin line in our case. So let us avoid getting it to a more complicated situation. Let us settle this issue, because the moment statements are made that there is government interference, then you can imagine I cannot imagine the consequences. As we are situated today, the line is already very thin between government interference and insofar as government interference is concerned. So I joined the call of the Chairman Boots to settle this amicably. Maybe we can utilize this hearing off the record. Kung paano ba natin ayusin ito kaysa walang mangyayari, Madam Chair, if we continue in this manner. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. We also agree with Senator Drilon. Now we're not here to be the arbiter. That's why I don't like this kind of hearings, Your Honor. But we end up doing this for national interest. Can we? Well, there's still a couple of things I need to ask, but let me follow through na lang sa tanong din or sa statement ni Senator Drilon, and Senator Drilon had made this position clear. And Chairman Butch Ramirez said that he'd also like this to be resolved. But SEA Games is around the corner, and any any athlete and their coach would know that it's already crucial for them to be focused in the task at hand, and it's not just, some would say May pa yan. Well, that means you don't know anything about sports if you think May pa yan, because in between, leading up to May, there are games also, not just training, but also tune-up games that our athletes are attending. And EJ was actually in one just a weekend ago, not a weekend ago, 48 hours ago. So he has to be in the right frame of mind to be able to do this. And that's why, I ask for maturity among everyone to settle this, because there's only one EJ Obiena in this country. I mean, does PATAFA have 10 track and field athletes who have qualified in the Olympics? Do you have 10? Do you have 5? Do you have 3? You have freaking 1. And he has admitted faults in delayed resolution of his liquidation. But then Chairman Butch Ramirez himself is saying that that's not his job. So let's assist him do better. But I, for one, as a senator, as a lover of sports, I feel I let EJ down. I didn't support him well enough. What else can we do to support him? And what other guidelines can you put into place, whether it's reimbursement, sponsorship, so on and so forth, so that there's less debate on what can be done within the NSAs, Mr. Chairman. Speaking of reimbursements, EJ mentioned a practice that is common daw, na gumawa, parisibuhan mo na lang yan para ma-reimburse na yan. And then, PATAFA, through Mr. Noel Silva, now is accusing EJ of falsifying or something to that effect, na bakit daw may resibo before the actual payment. But EJ already said that that was a practice that he was asked to be made by his own NSA na produce a receipt. So is PATAFA denying that they have asked their athletes to do that, to produce a receipt?
Senator?
So that ma-reimburse, I'm making my question clear, no, because this is a public hearing. So EJ said that there is a practice para mabayaran ng coach or ibang service na binibigay sa athlete. Ang sinasabi daw ng mga sports official is, parisibuhan mo yan as if they receive payment, show us the receipt, and then we will reimburse you. And that's why EJ said, wala naman akong perang pang-abono. So it's either mag-aabono ka or hihingi ka ng resibo sa kanila na kahit wala ka pang nabigay.
I'm not aware of that practice. I'm not aware of that practice in PATAFA.
You're under oath, sir, so just letting you know na we receive information na this is prevalent in NSAs.
I am not aware.
Sige.
I have no personal knowledge.
Chairman Butch, have you heard of this practice? I'm not trying to make ipit anyone, I'm just really just trying to be fair here also to EJ, because I don't think he would invent such a thing.
Malapit na rin matapos yung term ko, Senator. It's really time for all the NSAs, lahat na mga partner namin, na umayos yung governance. Yon, number 1 yan. Pangalawa, para hindi na tayo tumagal, we have to listen to Senator Drilon. Kahit na ako, I'm also 71. Tapusin na natin to bago ma-5 o'clock. Pwede naman na.
Okay. So, ma'am,
yes, Senator Drilon, please go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
Let me pursue that. Okay. I'll first ask President Huico, under what terms can this issue be settled? And harap-harapan. Paano ho ba, if you had your way? Because I'll ask the same question to Mr. Obiena. Mr. Huico, if you had your way, how can we have this settled as a starting point?
Well, ang problema ko, Mr. Senator, is may mga dokumento eh.
Hindi, teka. Alam mo, Popoy, hindi po ang problema. Ang hinahanap natin yung solusyon.
Kaya nga, kasi yung solusyon, take into account yung mga dokumento, because we run the risk possibly of violating the law or doing other things which could get us into some kind of trouble eventually. Yun lang ang aking iniisip. Kasi we had attempted through our executive vice president to call out Mr. Obiena. In fact, he called him, Mr. Capistrano called up Mr. Obiena, last December, I think,
Okay.
asked Mr. Obiena, how can I help you? Ang sabi niya, I just want to clear my name. Sabi ko, yeah, we want to clear your name, but we have to take care of certain realities. May mga dokumento dito. Kailangan tingnan natin kung ano magagawa rito. That's all. Yun lang ang aking kwan. I just don't want to be burdened later on, 2-3 years from now, I'll be harassed by a case like this because of this thing.
Popoy, pwede akong magsalita bago si Senator Drilon? Pwede bang ipaubayan na lang natin yan sa COA?
Okay, di pa ba
Paubayan na lang natin yan sa COA, then let's sit down with AJ para matapos na to. The one who should be determining whether there is an abuse of expenses or fraud or corruption, it is the COA anyway. So, at saka, para matapos na tayo.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I just like to say that we want this to be finished already. Twice na nga yung Philippine Sports Commission. The best way is mag-mediation na. Kung papasok si Obiena sa mediation, kami, ready na kami magpasok sa mediation because we respect Boche. Ang problema, Senator Frank, ganito ha.
Sa Congressman Rodriguez, ito na yung mediation.
You know, Mr. Chairman, there has to be a real sitting down of President Tuico and also si E.G. Obiena because yun ang problema. Hindi nasusolve. Bakit? Hindi pumapasok ang other party to mediation. That is the issue. Kung pumasok lang sa mediation yan, wala na. Ayaw pumunta sa mediation.
Congressman Rodriguez, ako muna as chairman, sandali lang po.
Yeah.
Pwede ba natin pagsalitain si Mr. Obiena muna?
Okay.
As committee chair on sports dito, nagiging referee na tayo dito eh.
Kaya nga.
Wala namang pinaglalabanan. Nagiging referee na po kami dito sa Senado. Actually, I would also strongly recommend, trabaho po ito ng Philippine Sports Commission, the lead government agency for sports, to regularly meet and coordinate with the POC and its NSAs to ensure that all assistance needed by our athletes is promptly provided. At ang problemang ito, hindi lang po ito ngayon nangyayari. Hindi lang po ito nangyayari dito sa athlete at saka sa NSA. Alam niyo, tuwing merong Asian Games, merong Southeast Asian Games, even during the recent Southeast Asian Games, pagkatapos, after giving honor to our country, ang nangyayari, doon na naman yung sisisihan, sana yung pera, ano nangyari, sinong nakatanggap, walang katapusan. So, ibig ko sabihin dito, kaya nga po tayo merong PSC, it's high time na you should step up at magpagitna. Hindi yung Senado ang referee dito. Kami dito gagawa kami ng maybe bagong batas na para to strengthen PSC dahil dito. Siguro before tapusin natin ito ngayong araw na ito. At ang PSC po dapat ang magpagitna diyan. Let us listen first to Mr. Obiena.
Senators, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I am with Senator Franklin Deron and actually Chairman Chairman Butch Ramirez. As I have said on a call with Mr. Ramirez early on, the early stages of this, I said, I want this to be solved. And I agreed on mediation on that day itself. I said, if I recalled it directly, it was November 23, 2 days after this article started everything. I said, let's do it now. I want this to be done because I want to be able to focus on my career and focus on my training. My main concern why I feel reconciliation is very difficult to achieve, as there was an intent to paint me publicly. As I showed in my slide po, November 13, when the committee haven't even received any letter, Mr. Huico sent this message that he wants it out in the media simultaneously when they send those memos to me. In my humble opinion, there was an intent to paint me as an embezzler publicly. This is my main issue. And I want my name cleared, as Mr. Huico has said and as I've stated multiple times. I want my name cleared because I am publicly accused. And that has damaged not just me, my parents, my siblings, my cousins, even those people that are not my relative with the surname of Obiena will be branded in public as embezzler. This is my only reservation on some kind of reconciliation with PATAFA. That's my only statement, Your Honor.
So hindi tayo matapos, AJ. As a matter of fact, AJ, to be brutally frank, on record tayo, ako as the presiding chair of the PAC, we were planning to bypass the NEC and support you. Pero gugulo yung 71 NSA pag binaliktad namin yung rules of engagement dito. If you don't know how to step backward, and if Popoy will not step backward, nandyan yung 5 senador nasa ating gitna. Anong klaseng sports tayo? Kaya ako, from the very beginning, ano yan eh, I breathe sports and Mimi die in sports. Tanda na kami dito. So dito talaga, humility lang to. Usap na tayo. Kalimutan mo na yung issue mo. Kalimutan mo yung kay Popoy. Sundan natin si Senator Drilon, si Senator Go, si Senator Pia, Senator Tulli, para matapos na tayo. Hindi, wala nga. At the end of the day, we will regret in the future. Magkakaproblema tayo. Ako sabi ko, I hope I will end my term getting reconciled yung PATAFA and NSA. I'm also begging Popoy to step backward. No? If we have to look at our principles of LaSalle, Ateneo, UP, pare-pareho lang yan eh.
Teka muna, sandali lang. Medyo
Mr.
kusasano
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I had the floor, no? I gave way to Senator Drilon, which led to acknowledging the statements from these people. But can I just regain the floor because our dear colleague Senator Bato has not spoken also. So I will just finish my point and then let's give the floor to Senator Bato. 5 hours na po, baka. Anyway, if I may,
Yeah,
Mr.
pagkatapos
Chairman.
ni Senator Pia, si Senator Bato, you have 5 hours to ask question.
Oo. Hindi, ang sa akin lang naman, there's another party here that is very important for us to also hear, no? And this is POC. Congressman Bambol, the president of POC, is here with us. And can we just get a short statement from him? Basically, of course, at the end of the day, the nagging question is, as I said in my resolution, how do we strengthen our relevant laws to support our athletes and sports development in the country? And in this particular case, how do we get EJ to represent the Philippines in the upcoming games? That is my question for our resource person.
Please unmute.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honors. Mr. Chairman, that's the biggest question for EJ, if he can play in the coming Southeast Asian Games, Asian Games, and the Olympics. As far as the POC is concerned, yes, he can play technically because under the IOC charter, it's the NOC, the POC, who determines the final list of the delegates. But it is proposed by the NSA. Now, ang tanong po, Mr. Chairman, kung para sa bansa, ano naman po ang dahilan ng PATAFA na hindi i-endorse si EJ? Hindi ba i-allow si EJ to defend this SEA Games title? Hindi po ba niya i-allow na na i-defend ang ang Asian record niya. Ang alam po namin hanggang ngayon wala pang tumatalo sa kay EJ na Pilipino. Wala rin tumatalo sa record niya sa Asia, sa buong Asia. At lalong-lalo na po kung ma-qualify sa Olympics, ipagkakait po ba ng PATAFA yan na hindi siya i-endorse? Remember, as a rule, si EJ po ay nirecommend i-drop or let's say dinrap na ng PATAFA as a national pool. Si EJ po ay dinrap lang sa national pool as a rule. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's still a member of PATAFA. Para lang po mga cyclists yan, thousands of cyclists are member of Phil Cycling but not member of the national pool. Thousands of chess players are member of the Chess Federation with their own respective clubs but not as national pool. The only difference for the national pool, they get the funding from government. That's why the POC will make it sure na magkakaroon ng private funding si EJ. Pero ang tanong nga po, ano naman dahilan? Bakit? Not for Mr. Wico, but I challenge PATAFA. Bakit naman siya hindi i-endorse ng PATAFA? Hindi pa nga siya dinadrop sa PATAFA. And as far as I know, based from your constitution, you need 2/3 votes from the entire thousands of PATAFA members to remove a PATAFA member. So as of today, ano pa rin siya? Member pa rin po siya ng PATAFA. So technically, he can still play, but pag both in-endorse ng NSA at ng POC. What if hindi po i-endorse ng POC the entire endorsement ng PATAFA dahil wala si EJ? So masama lalo ang mangyayari, lalong kakayaya ang PATAFA. Yun yung thin line na sinasabi na suspend pa ang PATAFA, not the POC. Just like what happened to volleyball, karate, napalitan ng organization. So again, ano po ang dahilan ng PATAFA? Bakit hindi i-endorse si EJ to defend this title? SEA Games, Asian Games, and even Olympics. Whether he will be funded by the government or not. That's only my manifestation, Mr. Chair. And parang maganda na pong revisit yung pong charter ng PSC with regards to the NSA endorsement. Very special case po itong kay EJ. With all three criteria, why not other endorsement coming from POC, not just only NSA, to support the athletes that have sports merits and that will give inspiration to the youths of the country. Yun po ang nasa specific provision ng IOC Charter. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Noted on that. Thank you very much for that, President Bumble. Yeah, I was listening intently to what you were saying, and it occurred to me, when you're a medalist of regional or already international competition, so beyond Southeast Asian, and then you qualified for the Olympics, the standard is already set, no? So what I think we need to be very clear about what would be the basis to refrain from endorsing this athlete from participating and defending a title, Your Honors. I think that's very basic, because I really hope to God that we don't have to go through this kind of hearing again, no? But yeah, it's very valid observation coming from POC. So I believe that Senator Bato has waited longer than most of us, patiently laughing, shaking his head, scratching his head. I will go on and describe him still very jolly while waiting his term, and I will end now my introduction of the great Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Mr.
Go ahead,
Chairman?
sir.
Yeah, nawala man si Chairman. Mr. Chairman, ako na.
Ikaw na, ako nang
ganun
nagpe-preside
ba?
for a few minutes.
Actually, you're the
Thank you.
Vice Chairman, Senator Bato.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kasi kayo nandyan sa physically present kaya I defer to you. But anyway, I have the floor, so Yun lang, gusto ko lang ipaabot kay Mr. Philip Wico at kay AJ Obiena sa inyong dalawa. Sana naramdaman ninyo kung gaano ka bigat at napaka-importante itong issue between the two of you, na kami lahat ng mga senador ay nagkakaisa na sana maariglo na ito para matapos na bago mag-adjourn itong hearing na ito. But apparently, nakikita ko, napakakapal ng wall na tinayo ninyo in between the two of you. Kayo lang rin dalawa ang gumawa ng wall between the two of you at kayo lang rin makakagiba niyan. Kinukonfirm nyo na may wall talaga sa yung dalawa. Kaya nga, para kay Sir Philip Wico, siguro sir, kung ang concern mo is yung dokumento, as sinasabi na ni Butch Ramirez kanina, na ako rin mismo kanina as I was listening to the presentation of your investigation report, parang bumabalik sa akin yung pagiging police investigator ko eh. Gusto ko talagang malaman sana kung sino ba talaga nang iistapa kay Vitaly Petrov. Ang PATAFA ba ang nag-istapa o si AJ Obiena ba? But as emphasized by our colleagues, na hindi tayo magdidelve on those issues. We have to focus on inquiry in aid of legislation. So, yun nga, sana paubaya natin sa kuwa yung mga issues na yan. Andyan naman kayo, NSA, to support your athletes and hindi para magigipit sa ating mga atleta. At sa iyo naman, AJ Obiena, sana hindi ito pataasan ng ihi. We are very proud of you. We are very proud of you. You are a national icon. At pinagbabayabang ka namin sa ibang mundo, sa ibang bansa. Pero sana you should be humble enough to accept realities. Kung may pagkukulang ka, may pagkakamali ka, aminin mo para maayos tayo nito. Kasi kayong dalawa lang talaga ang nag-create ng wall dito in between the two of you. So, sana maayos natin ito before we adjourn. In the name of, for the sake of Philippine sports, for the sake of national pride, at saka national identity. Dahil yan naman talaga, we are identified by the whole world dahil sa ating performance sa sports. Nagkikilala tayo. So sana maayos natin ito sa inyong dalawa, between the two of you. So yun lang, Mr. Chairman. Sana, Mr. Chairman, you lead the arbitration para matapos ito ngayon. Thank you.
You're the Vice Chairman, Mr. Senator.
Yeah, I am the Vice Chairman, pero kayo muna sa floor, kaya kayo na muna mag-take charge yan.
Hindi pa kami nagla-lunch dito. Nahiya na kami mag-lunch kasi naka-live pala tayo. Mr. Chair, I think EJ Obiena would like to say something.
Before you speak, EJ, just very quickly, just one other issue. Yeah, I agree with Senator Bato, na let's move towards the direction of finding the solutions here. That's why nga Senator Gilon was calling on the parties on how do we move forward. But I just wanted to point out also that I find it extremely important that PSC has a stronger role and provides better guidelines on various issues that have come up here. For example, yung tungkol dun sa psychologists, no? The demand by PATAFA apparently is for the psychologists to give information. This is a psychologist, a professional registered psychologist, Dr. Kasuga. Is that correct? Yeah. Who is EJ's confidential psychologist, and she's bound by law on rules on confidentiality. And yet, my understanding is, and of course, Mr. Wico is free to dispute this, but my understanding is that she was being made to divulge confidential information, and this added probably to the frustration of Mr. Wico or PATAFA on a number of issues. So there's this issue with the psychologist, there's the issue with the sponsorship, there's the issue with the delayed payment. Ang dami ng patong-patong. Again, it is not the role of the Senate to mediate and to find the solutions here, but we want you to be able to find the to find a common ground so that we can move forward in this. And for that reason, I'm not going to delve into it, but I'm raising it because I want PSC to recognize that these are valid concerns, the confidentiality of the medical records, the discussion between a client and a patient. So it would be very stressful for me if me as an athlete, somebody, I was with an NSA before because I played volleyball. Wala naman akong psychologist noon kasi hindi nga uso yun. But I'm very happy now that the athletes have access to psychologists. I don't think all of them do. I wish all of them did. But again, I'm also a mother of athletes, and I would be aghast if somebody would try to get their personal record. So these are, again, boundaries that have to be very clear kasi it adds to the confusion between the athlete and the NSA if apparently hindi pa pala maliwanag to. But to me, it's very clear. So I hope that I make that clear, Chairman Butch. And then after that, let's recognize EJ. But just a quick response, Chairman Butch, no?
Yes.
Hindi pwedeng kalkalin ang medical records.
Yes. It's private.
Yes, okay. Thank you. Sige, EJ was raising his hand like 30 minutes ago pa, no? And as I said, I will recognize you after Senator Bato. Go ahead.
Just a very short thing po. What I really just want is me to be reinstated as a national athlete, to be able to represent Philippines and handle my liquidation or funding in a better system, that it would not go through me, as I proposed to PATAFA in August po. My only concern with reconciliation with the current administration is that they're supposed to take care of the athletes. But on November 13, on a text message, they wanted this out in the public. They wanted this without any investigation done out in the public. That is my main concern, as the breach of trust and my confidence that this will never happen again in the rest of my career representing Philippines. That I would be judged without due process and judged guilty before any investigation is done.
Laying down
That is my
conditions.
only concern. I am more than willing to reconcile. My only worry is, how sure am I that this kind of things that happened now will never happen again under the same committee, the same administration that have persecuted me and wanted this out in public without a single day of investigation. That's my only withholding on this. I want to be able to compete. I want this done. I want this as far away from me as it is affecting me in my preparations. And I truly believe that is all that I would be needing to be able to continue po.
Ma'am,
Chair?
With the permission. Yes, Senator. The minority leader is went ahead. So
Okay, Mr. Go ahead, Senator Drilon, and then
Yes.
Senator Tolentino.
Yes, just a point, ma'am. Whether or not there was a proper liquidation, whether or not COA rules were complied with, is within the jurisdiction of the COA. We cannot tell COA stop investigating, or we cannot tell COA investigate, because not even Congress, not even the President of this Republic can say, wag mong imbestigahin yan. I would like to address this to EJ. EJ, Mr. Huico has no power to tell COA not to investigate, or to tell COA, or this body will, does this body have authority to tell COA, do not investigate anymore. My point, Mr. Chairman, is leave that to COA. And between you and Mr. Huico, if we can have a solution, and let's help each other in the COA later on. But now, in order that we will not make this issue worsen, I think the path is clear. As I said, whether or not Mr. Huico would want this investigated is beyond his jurisdiction, because COA is not within his jurisdiction. If COA says there is nothing wrong with it, everything is liquidated. Not even Mr. Ramirez can say otherwise. Not Mr. Wico can say otherwise. Yun lang po, for the sake of the country, yan po ang aking suggestion sa inyo. Let the matter of the liquidation be left to the COA because that is their constitutional duty, not ours. And my strong suggestion is let us find a way by which we can settle this issue, putting aside the liquidation. Because even if we agree on the liquidation, we cannot tell COA that this is our liquidation. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, just one, I agree with the minority leader, but just if I may clarify again from Mr. Obiena, what you are asking now is that you be reinstated to the national training pool. Am I correct? And would you probably add another request that probably stemmed from an event that transpired last year, that you be made part of the Olympic Solidarity Scholarship, and I think you were denied of that chance by the nomination given to you by PATAFA. Is that part of the overall request that you would be wanting from PATAFA? Reinstatement from the National Training Pool, your inclusion in that Olympic Solidarity Scholarship, which you were denied. Another athlete way below your records was instead nominated. Is that part, or is there any other that would be sufficient to clear your name in all of this mess that we're all in? Meron pa ba?
Yes po.
Ano yung
Yes po,
pangatlo?
if I may just add po, I hope that PATAFA endorses my incentives on my national records, as it is under RA 10699. It is my right under the law of Philippines po.
Ilan yon? Just for the record. How many were you expecting? Yeah, can we just let him finish?
Ano yung nawala sa'yo?
I just know that what was publicly announced was I was supposed to get 1.5 million pesos po after I broke the Asian record. But if we're counting the national records broken, I have broken it more than 30 times po.
So that would be a big chunk of an amount that would require an accounting methodology beyond the scope of this committee. Siguro, who's supposed to do that? PSC. The chairman is listening.
Yes. When it comes to incentives, the PSC is observing the Cash Incentive Act. So we will observe what is
30 times na raw na hindi siya nabigyan ng incentives.
No, it is within the ambit of the law. And as a matter of fact, there are two things that is available for EJ. The medical surgery that he was requesting, it's available. I think accounting called him up. And the cash incentive is being examined. If it's really the truthful amount that requires, we will give it to him. But it is usually recommended by the NSA to certify, but that's the rule. But again, that belongs to EJ. That's why it's very important, EJ, that you get reconciled.
Ang lalabas tayo may utang, ang gobyerno may utang.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Wala na siguro akong tanong, Mr. Chairman. Again, mas maganda po makareply si Mr. Wico doon sa mga incentives na hindi binigay, yung mga pabuya na nasa batas na hindi binigay. Pangalawa, yung mga demands ngayon ni Mr. Obiena na i-reinstate siya sa National Training Pool and that he likewise be part of that Olympic Solidarity Scholarship. Mr. Chairman, may we give the floor to Mr. Wico? Mr. Chair.
Go ahead po.
Do I have the floor?
Mr. Wico.
Yes. Mr. Wico, you may go ahead.
Thank you so much. I understand this hearing was called in aid of legislation, but let me answer the points raised. Number one, the incentive that Mr. Obiena is talking about is an act, is to be given by the PSC, not PATAFA. We just certified it, and we certified it on January 7, I think. Okay, and we gave the certification to PSC because it took time for the AAA, the Asian Athletic Association, and the World Athletics to certify it. When they certified it, it was given to us and we gave it to PSC. So it's their call, it's on the court. Number two, that Olympic solidarity, every 3 years that is given. It expired in this Olympic year. It is the call of the NSA to nominate from a clean slate, meaning nobody is assumed to be in that slate because it is the NSA's call to make that scholarship, that solidarity, to nominate. So, we nominated Miss Christina Knott, who is an Olympian and who has also qualified for the World Championship on the basis of 3 things. Number 1, gender equity. Number 2, distribution of benefits, spread the wealth, so to speak, give others a chance, because EJ Obiena already had been given a budget for 2022, approved already, of 10 million. Okay? So those are the 3 reasons. That is our prerogative, and I mentioned this to Mr. Tolentino. It's not as if Mr. Obiena is already seated there. Hindi eh. You start from scratch, tabula rasa, clean slate. It's given to you, and we nominate. Now, we are for going back to mediation organized by PSC. The way it sounds, Mr. Obiena is laying down so many conditions, asking for so many guarantees. Now, on his non-inclusion in the list of athletes, that is a board decision of PATAFA, not mine. So we have to discuss that. Okay? Not mine. That was thoroughly discussed.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify, to be clear, according to Mr. Wico, EJ is laying down so many conditions. I only heard one, that he be reinstated. And then it is my colleague beside here na nagsuggest na ito bang Olympic solidarity, gusto mo bang isama? Di si EJ naman, okay. But ano yung so many na yun, no? I only heard really that. And then, of course, he said earlier that he wants to clear his name. And I think everybody here wants to clear their name. I don't think that's anything that we should deny anyone, no? And we were hoping that in some way, even though the objective here is in aid of legislation, you all got a chance to say your piece. So let's go back to the question of the minority floor leader. How do we move forward if you can all already consider this going above our mandate and consider this a conciliation? We owe it to the Filipino people that we are able to provide them with the the kind of showmanship that only our athletes can provide, okay? We owe that to the Filipino people, and it is in our constitution that we support our athletes and support sports development. So I will just reiterate the minority floor leader's call. What can we do to move this forward? EJ simply wants to be reinstated. Now, PATAFA. And again, the minority floor leader also pointed out COA issues. He got EJ to understand that. That is beyond the Senate. That is beyond any party here. COA has to do their job. Now, I've also called on PSC that they have a big role to play. Lessen the I don't want to use the word opportunity. Lessen the basis for these problems to happen if you make the payments directly to the payees. Hindi talaga ito mangyayari kung na-diretso ba yung pera sa hindi nga siya party to the contract. His name is not in the, EJ's name is not in the contract. But PATAFA and PSC somehow had to pay EJ. I don't know why. He on record states that please do not pay, please pay directly. So if we will tell him, nagpabaya ka, you did not liquidate on time, which he admits he did not liquidate on time, but he had asked, pay them directly. He already asked. Wala naman siyang on record na pay me, pay me. And even on that allegation that the coach, EJ said the coach is asking for 5,000, the coach said it's 3,000, but EJ also said pay him directly. So I don't think we can attribute malice on his part na meron siyang gustong kitain na part doon because he kept on saying pay him directly. So for me, again, I'm not trying to be the judge here. I'm just trying to move it forward. I'm just trying to set aside the issues and say, how do we settle this and let our athlete have the clarity of mind to be able to focus on his sports and play. So when Mr. Wico said it's not his sole judgment, it's PATAFA's, well, Congressman Bumble clarified for us that it should be the members of the PATAFA who will make that judgment call. And again, I will keep going back to PSC. Ano ba mandate natin? To support the athlete. Sa totoo lang, wala yatang nakalagay doon na to support the NSA. We support the NSA so the NSA can support the athlete.
May I,
Now, obviously, if there are issues, then we're all here to support, to help. Can we just move forward?
that's why, Miss Senator, that's why we
Go ahead,
already said, if I may say, speak now. May I say, that's why I said, let's go out with the mediation that is being
Ngayon na nga yun, ito na nga yun. Nag-abala na kami mga senador, ilang kami, 1/6 of the Senate is present now. So
Well,
that we can
you know,
let the athlete do its job and let
could you
COA
give
do
us
its
time,
job.
Senator, could you give us time, the PATAFA board, to think things through also? After all, under Section 13 of the RA 6847, it says, right, it is the NSAs that form the national team based on certain things. Moral character, attitude, aptitude, skills, and all of that. Pwede bang, can we be given that?
Sir, sabi nyo, nagkaroon na kayo nung inyong board meetings on all that. So submit nyo na lang yung
There is a
findings
new
nyo sa
one.
submit nyo na lang sa PSC tapos submit nyo na sa
new thing on the
PSC.
table. There is a new thing on the table, Senator. We did not expect this.
What is the new thing?
The new thing is now you want us to decide on this thing right away. That's why we're saying
No, we wanted you to decide on it before pa, nung December pa. It's not a
We
new
already
thing, sir.
decided, as I said. We said we
You
acknowledge.
decided, Your Honor, laterally. So that's why we're saying, we're hoping that since we're all here in the interest of our country, in the interest of promoting sports, that we can. Ayaw nyo, that's your call. I leave it to PSC now. No, I'm just
Yes.
echoing the call of
May
the
I interject?
minority floor
Our
leader.
chairman would like to say something.
May I interject as chairman and referee of this bout?
I don't want, matagal na yung nasa isip ko, Mr. Chairman, pero I would like to accord them due process. And due process, matagal, maraming hindi makapaghintay. And
Chairman
this-
Boots, Senator
Chairman
Bongo
Boots,
would like to say something.
For the record lang po, ako po yung chairman na tinutukoy ni
sorry.
ni Senator Tolentino.
Sorry.
Sabi ko, as referee na tayo ng almost 5 hours dito. For the record, I just want to ask both parties, EJ and PATAFA, are you willing to settle this issue with the PSC mediating? And is PATAFA willing to reinstate Mr. Obiena to the national team? Kasi alam nyo, dapat may magpagitna talaga rito. Trabaho po yan ng PSC. Sila naman po ang lead agency. If not, wala pong katapusan po itong pinag-uusapan natin dito. Kaya po tayo merong PSC. So, yun lang tanong. Are you willing po ng PSC mag-mediate, patuloy, pag-usapan? Since nalapag nyo na po yung gusto nyong ilatag dito, narinig na po ng publiko, this is a public hearing naman po.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if I may clarify
Tolentino.
your previous
Senator Tolentino.
statement, what the good chairman of the committee is suggesting is that there should be mediation to be brokered by the Philippine Sports Commission without prejudice to the immediate reinstatement of Mr. EJ Obiena to the national pool. So you reinstate as well as you mediate.
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman?
Yun po yung sinasabi
feeling
ni
po ang PATAFA.
Senator Bongo. Can we have that clarified?
Kong Rufus.
Yes,
Mr.
if
Chairman?
willing po yung PATAFA, no, to reinstate Mr. Obiena. Isa po yun
Mr.
sa
Chairman?
maaaring pag-usapan nila.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we agree that there will be mediation. And from that mediation, which we have been wanting to really occur, but unfortunately twice na naudlot yung mediation because the other party did not want to. Yes, we would like to go even by tomorrow. President Tuico is willing, or I am going to have mediation. As to reinstatement, of course, that will be considered in the mediation. To reinstate Mr. Obiena is one of the options that will be done after the mediation, because when the mediation is going to be held, then it goes back to the board, because whatever will Mr. Huico will agree there, it has to be passed by the board, because we have the policy making, which is the our board, and I am the chairman. Certainly, we have been waiting for this. We can start the mediation, and we will consider the reinstatement of Obiena after the mediation, and the board will take into account what is recommended by the mediation. That will be under the auspices of our very good chairman, who has been trying to have a win-win situation since November. So that is what we are saying. We are willing to go to mediation as soon as possible.
Mr. Chairman, if I may clarify again, medyo na iba po. So what would be the consequence now after the mediation is a possible reinstatement?
Yes.
But what I overheard, if correct me if I'm wrong, was that the reinstatement was what would be a condition prior to the mediation, which would be akin to a situation prior to the breaking of relations. So wouldn't that be a better position for both parties, that you assume the previous positions prior to the prior to this fiasco, so to speak? So would that be a better position in good faith? Ibalik muna siya sa training pool and then mag-mediation. Sa mediation, ang pag-uusapan na po doon, yung kung ano yung gagawin ng COA, kung ano yung gagawin sa Southeast Asian Games, sa Asian Games, possible Olympic qualifiers, etc., etc. So, moving forward, ibalik yung ruptured relationship, and that ruptured relationship would emanate from the reinstatement. Consider him again as your golden boy of PATAFA. Make him again your athlete, make him again part of the PATAFA family, and then you talk. Di ba ho, mas maganda yun? Rather than talk to him as an outcast, not a member of the PATAFA family, mag-usap tayo, tingnan natin kung anong mangyari sa'yo. Hindi ba hong mas maganda mag-usap sa isang hapagkainan yung mga miyembro ng pamilya? Yun lamang po, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, our decision to expel Obiena before had been rescinded because we have suspended that decision because there was a mediation. And so far now, he is not expelled. He is member of the PATAFA. That is a situation. In fact, in our last pronouncements, we just want to move forward, and precisely, there is no more expulsion that we have done. So therefore, the status quo ante now is that we go to mediation because we have not enforced the decision of the board. That was the decision of the board. So that is the situation now, Mr. Chairman. So the situation now is that we go to mediation. And then the mediation will be whatever decision there with Chairman Huico, with President Huico, goes to the Board of Trustees. And we're very willing to go into what is decided under the auspices of our PSC Chairman Butch and the two, the President and the Obiena. They are going to therefore have a decision, and we in the board will take that up. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, huli na to siguro to. I'm not asking about his being dropped from the PATAFA roster. But what I mentioned a while ago was the national training pool of athletes. Magkaiba po yun. So the national training pool this is the pool being funded by the Philippine Sports Commission. I agree, he's still a member of PATAFA, but his removal from the national training pool probably would show some signs of good faith on the part of the PATAFA officials. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chairman.
May we hear Mr. EJ, you want to say something?
Thank you very much, Chairman. I am all in when it comes to that mediation, and I trust the Senate, as multiple senators, Franklin Dillon, Senator Pia, you yourself, Senator Bato, and Senator Tolentino, has stated that that's the best way, of course. But my only take is I believe going into mediation, there should be sign of reconciliation and a sign of that they actually want this. And in my understanding, putting me back as a national team member, I believe that is, as Senator Tolentino said, sign of good faith. I have said my piece, and I'm more than willing to put this aside and move on and continue, and hopefully be able to train and compete for the Philippines in the next few years.
Thank you. Senator Pia?
Yeah, thank you, EJ, for your statement. Thank you. Actually, I'll go ahead and just say parang closing remarks na rin, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to everyone who took time to participate. No, what I also expect to come out of that mediation, Mr. Chairman, are also a response to us as legislators on the proposed legislation, if any, or even the guidelines that I have requested that would come out of PSC's office, so that there are standard guidelines to be followed henceforth to minimize this from occurring again. And that would include, I'll go back to the peace of mind and the need for an athlete to have the right frame of mind. And with all due respect, Mr. Wico was saying that EJ kept making a lot of statements, but I have a timeline here, and basically all the statements were coming from PATAFA. The release of that letter asking EJ to demand, the demand that EJ explains was given to him the same day it was released to media. And although there was a lot of quibbling about who released it to media, no one was owning up to it. But there is a text message coming from Mr. Wico informing his coach that he will be releasing it to media on the same day. That forms part of the record. It was shown. I'm only bringing this up, Your Honor, to emphasize the need to resolve this in a matter that allows an athlete to have that peace of mind to continue. That's why we said, moving forward, in an atmosphere of that allows the athlete to continue, we cannot have this bickering in public. We cannot have statements attacking an athlete because you expect him to perform.
Senador,
Perform under that because siyang nagpo-perform eh. Hindi nagpo-perform dito. Excuse me, Mr. President.
Please unmute.
Yeah. So it's the athlete that's performing eh. It's not PSC, it's not the NSAs, right? There's one rule that the athlete has to do that no other party in this discussion has to do. This athlete has to perform in public with so much pressure. So the other parties have the ability to step down quietly and try to resolve this peacefully. Yun lang naman. So sabi nga ni Senator Tolentino, moving forward, kailangan bumalik tayo dun sa, we have to go back to a space where status quo tayo. Yung athlete is recognized as a member, he can train, he can perform, and then let's do this. Now that all the issues have been brought out, I think EJ is satisfied that he was able to say his piece in public. Si PATAFA naman was given a chance to explain. We also heard the comments from POC. Then I leave it now up to PSC. Of course, I had hope, like Senator Drilon, masolve na to today, but did not happen. So I leave it at that, Your Honor. But let's all have in mind the objective here is to let the athlete do his job in the meantime, which is training, focusing, and performing in the competitions in the days to come without this hovering over his head. Yun lang, Mr. President. Thank you Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for the time. I think
Senator
Senator
Drilon,
Drilon would like to be
go
recognized.
ahead.
Yes. You know, the NSA of the only gold medalist in the history of the Olympics coming from the Philippines. The president of the Lifters Association has been trying to talk for the last 5 hours. He's a very talkative guy, so he might get sick if you do not recognize him, Mr. Chairman. May we ask that Mr. Fontebella be recognized?
Mr. Chairman, before another resource person is recognized, may I just ask the comment of our colleague here, Senator Cayetano, Your Honor, if you will be drafting as part of the results of this investigation hearing a Magna Carta for Filipino athletes. This representation is more than willing to co-sponsor and be part of the crafting of that together with Senator Bongo and the other senators present. So we could clearly identify the rights, the privileges that should be afforded our Filipino athletes, Your Honor.
Yes, I'll be happy, Your Honor, to accept the challenge that His Honor dumped on me just now. I know that he will provide me with all the information and the data.
I will just draft the explanatory note.
Talaga. On that note, Mr. Chairman, yes, I think that is a good output of this committee, and of course we will also ask for the comments of all the people who attended here. That consider that already an assignment to everyone.
I have a request, Mr. Chairman, that Mr. Puentebella be recognized also to say something after sitting down here for 5 hours.
Go ahead, Sir Monico. Meron kang sabihin. Salamat yun. Go ahead.
Madamo nga salamat, Mr. Chairman. Ayong hapon sa tanan. May I commend the committee for taking up this issue for so many hours. I'd like to thank my good friend, Senator Franklin, may kababayan, kasi Manwa, Franklin Drilon, for giving me a chance to speak. You know, from the very start, this is what we really wanted. Kami sa POC, all of us, most of us wanted this. Mediation is the only way for you, EJ, na hindi bumigat ang buhay mo at para magkaibigan na tayong lahat, para alam mo, mahirapan ka, alam mo, mahal ka namin because we all love Olympians, even gold medalists or not, all athletes. Alam mo yan, I know you personally. But, you know, by not mediating, pag hindi tayo nagkausap at nagkaupo, mahirapan ka because para sa amin, we know the rules are very clear. You have to live and progress with your NSA. Lahat naman kami, you know, we all love our athletes. Konting usapan na lang ito. That's why I must admit that there are rules, Mr. Chairman, very clear rules that unless the NSA does not endorse any athlete, the rules are very clear. Mahirapan sa Olympics. Maybe, EJ, you can join any country's pole vault competition, pero sa Olympics, sa SEA Games, at sa Asian Games, mahirapan. For the information of the chair, Senator Bongo, salamat for giving me this time to speak. In 2005, basketball, our national sport, alam mo, hindi na-recognize sa SEA Games because na-suspended sila. They were suspended by their international federation. Nalo tayo, by a mile, champion Pilipinas, overall champion, basketball suspended. Hindi na laro because the NSA was not allowed to nasuspinde. And then in 2009, magkaroon na naman ng problema. Dalawang asosasyon sa cycling. Yung isa NSA, Yung isa hindi NSA. Ang POC nagpadala ng cyclist sa Laos SEA Games, hindi tinanggap 12 cyclists. Pinadala namin, ako chairman noon po, with the pipingkuwang ko. Pero yung isang asosasyon, siya na-recognize ng IF, pinalaro ng Laos, na-recognize siya because he was endorsed by his NSA, by his IF. Kaya po mahirap. Kaya maganda itong nangyari, EJ, na mag-usap na lang kayo. I really commend Chairman Butch Ramirez. Dapat noon pa ito kung nag-usap lang kayo. Wala naman ito sanang problema. Mabait ka naman, mabait din si Mr. Wico. So sana ito, in aid of the situation, magandang nangyari ito para baka may magkaroon pa na naman ng problema later on. Alam nyo, Mr. Chairman, pag kami na nasa NSA, mga opisyalis, pag hindi kami na-recognize, magdiretsuhan na lang ito, hindi na kami kailangan dito. Pag diniretso lang ito si Obiena sa diretso sa mga laro, hindi siya ma-recognize. Pero ano pa kami, mga NSA, kung hindi man lang kami makaroon ng power to endorse our own athletes under us. So I would like to commend you. I would like to just say a little sidelights. If you decided to recall the budget, in the spirit of goodness, the budget of the PAC for us, you will burn the whole house down because of one athlete na nagka-problema. Kaya I would really recommend na sana pagbigyan nyo kami among ourselves, ayusin namin ang aming problema because you have good intention because this is government money and this is under COA. So you have good intentions. But then let us remind everyone, pag nagkagulo kami at ito lumaki ng lumaki, dumating ito sa International Olympic Committee, we have the possibility of being suspended from the Olympics, which is worse for one more problem na maayos mo lang sana. So I would like to just commend everyone for this. I hope matapos na ito, EJ. You have so much ahead of you. Mr. Wico and I, lahat naman kami, gusto naman namin panoorin na manalo ka. Pero mahirapan ka, EJ, mahirapan ka kung hindi tayo magkasundo. Kaya maganda ito, pinasukan, Senator Bongo, Senator Franklin Drilon, and everybody there. Salamat. I hope ayos na ito because I would like to commend the others who wanted this in the beginning to just be under mediation. Maraming salamat. Damo salamat.
Mr. Chairman.
Salamat, Git.
I think our Olympic gold medalist has also been waiting for 5 hours. Hi, Dylan Diaz.
May we just hear from our Olympic gold medalist, si Dylan Diaz, for her inputs and recommendations. Importante rin po marinig natin siya.
Thank you so much po. Nandito po ako to support EJ kasi nga po alam ko yung pinagdadaanan niya as an athlete na nagte-training sa abroad and sacrificing all her life away from his family and to represent our country. So, ang sa akin naman po, yes, kailangan nga pong mag-usap between NSA and EJ para ma-resolve po ito. And thank you po sa pagbibigay ng floor kay EJ na ma-explain yung part niya. Gusto ko lang pong sabihin na hindi po ito yung problema lang ng isang atleta like EJ. Naging practice po to simula po dati. Pero buti na lang, me and Sir Monico, nagkaayos po kami at we choose to communicate with each other and ayun po, for the better, for the sports. And ayun nga, naiuwi natin yung gold medal sa Olympics kasi nagkaroon kami ng unity and pinakinggan ang anong kailangan ko as an athlete ni Sir Monico. And siguro po sa part lang ni EJ, gusto lang namin na as an athlete, pakinggan din po ano po talaga ang pangangailangan namin. At kaya po ngayon nandito po ito para maresolba at para maging isang ehemplo para sa ibang atleta na sana hindi ito mangyayari ulit sa ordinaryong atleta o kagaya namin mga elite athlete. At sana maresolba na kasi alam kong mahirap para kay EJ na habang may injury siya ngayon, pinoproblema pa niya yung accounting. Baka may kaso pa siya pagdating dito. So, medyo mahirap yung kay EJ na alam mo yung pag-isipan kung anong gagawin, maghahanda pa siya sa mga laro niya, na ang dami niyang laro ngayong Pebrero. Sana isipin natin ang ginagawa kasi ni EJ for the Philippines. Sinakripisyo niya yung ilang taon na malayo sa pamilya niya para represent ang Pilipinas. And with TSC, alam ko kung ginagawa din yung best ng TSC para makatulong sa aming mga atleta. Kasi sa akin din, nung last time, nagkaroon ng problema sa liquidation, nagkaroon ng problema sa requesting. Pero at the end of the day, nag-uusap kami ng NSA, nagko-communicate po kami. So, communication po talaga ang kailangan. Then, siguro din yung respect to the athlete. Kasi, as an athlete, kailangan din pong malaman ng NSA officials, sports officials, kung ano ba talaga ang kailangan naming mga atleta. Lalo pag nasa elite level na po kami. Kasi iba po yung pangangailangan ng grassroots, ng youth, junior, and ng elite athlete. Siyempre po yung pressure, expectation ay mataas pag nasa elite athlete na, elite level na. Naintindihan ko rin po na may mga kailangan namin na may mga procedure o protocol na kailangan sundin. So, talagang kailangan natin ng NSA, naming mga atleta. Pero syempre, ang NSA kailangan din ng isang atleta. So, siguro respetuhan na lang or magkakaintindihan at communication po talaga ang kailangan. Thank you so much po sa pagbibigay ng floor sa akin today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the two senators here, I'd like to thank our gold medalist, si Dilin Diaz. No? Siya na rin ho ang nagsabi na iba talaga ang needs ng elite athlete. Hindi ho talaga natin pwedeng sabing same lang ang treatment ng elite athlete dun sa ibang, kahit sabihin mong professional athlete din, kahit sabihin mo sigurong SEA Games athlete versus Olympic, talagang I know, iba ho talaga yon. And it may require a different set of rules, not that we are bending the rules, but like when you're training abroad, yun nga, one of our recommendations was that meron kang PA talaga who is attending to all this. And it goes without saying that the obligation to make the payments belongs solely to PATAFA because PATAFA is the signatory to the contract. Let me go back to that. So kahit na anong sama ng loob o mga mabibigat na napagpasapasahan dito, at the end of the day, the obligation to make those payments belong to PATAFA, to the NSA, Mr. Chairman. So on that note, I know this has been difficult for EJC. I'm sure nakagaang sa kanya to hear no less than our gold medalists recognize the difficulty that she went through and the difficulty that he is now going through. And like I said, if there is one thing that differentiate the different parties here, kami legislators, no, medyo a few steps removed ang role namin. PSC has a very important role, NSAs have the important role, but it is the athlete that has to go out there and perform despite the fact na lait-laitin siya, despite the fact na ma-accuse siya ng kung ano-ano. He and she alone are the only ones who have to go out there and perform, not the NSA, not PSC, not us as legislators. So if only for that, let's try to be a little bit more compassionate for what we are demanding of these athletes. And on that note, Mr. Chairman, unless we have any other colleagues who want to make a statement, I will move for the suspension of this hearing. Suspension lang po dahil baka naman may follow-up tayo.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Senator Tol.
I second the motion.
Okay. Thank you. Since narinig ko rin po kanina si Hidilyn Diaz at naalala ko during the past 3 years, I think wala pa itong pandemya, nagkaroon rin po ng konting problema. Sabi ko naman po sa inyo, sa lahat ng mga athletes, EJ, Hidilyn, ano po may tutulong namin, even as legislator. Hindi dito po kami hanap po ng paraan at full support po kami sa inyo. Kami dito, we already want to move forward. Kung puro sisihan, di po tayo matatapos dito. May we just request the other resource person to submit their recommendations for us to avoid these issues in the future. With that, I thank our resource persons from the government and from the private sectors for sharing valuable insights. I also thank our athletes for sacrificing some time away from their training to participate in this inquiry. We are working double time to ensure that the needs of our athletes are met. At this point, all they have to worry about must only be competing at the highest level. Please take note of our recommendations and update this committee regularly of relevant developments. Sa totoo lang po, sabi ko nga kanina, trabaho po ito ng PSC, the lead government agency for sports, to regularly meet and coordinate with the POC and NSAs to ensure that all assistance needed by our athletes is promptly provided. The current problem requires a whole of nation approach. Participation from the private and public sectors is crucial. To this end, I will see to it that possible inefficiencies would not only be taken lightly by this committee and by the Senate if our national athletes are neglected. Sa halip na nakafocus po ang athletes sa kanilang training, may mga issue pa na ganito na maaring nakaka-distract talaga. Siyempre, hindi lang naman physical ang training na kailangang pagdaanan ng mga atleta. At kasama dyan ang pagsisiguro, kondisyon ng atleta pagdating sa mental at psychological aspects. Naintindihan ko po ang nararamdaman ni EJ sa ngayon. Hindi na dapat responsibilidad o alalahanin pa ng atleta kung paano babayaran ng coach nila. Tandaan po natin na karamihan sa mga atleta, ito ay mga bata po. Hindi na dapat nila iniisip pa yung pagkikwenta at pag-account. I mean, I urge PSC to mediate and help resolve this issue. Hindi lang po sa issue na ito, kundi sa lahat ng transactions. Gaya na sinabi ko kanina, after any games, marami na namang reklamo dahil involved po dito ang pera ng taong bayan. Kung matatandaan ninyo, after SEA Games, nagkaroon ng issue sa liquidation. Dapat po gumawa ang PSC ng sistema at mekanismo na walang magiging reklamo. Ang gusto nating marinig ay karangalan para sa bansa. We want to bring honor to the country, not dishonor. Kanya-kanya tayong trabaho rito, trabaho ng atleta mag-training at represent ang bansa. Sa sports competition, trabaho naman po ng PSC at POC na pangalagaan po ang ating atleta at masiguro na walang mawala na pera, ni piso po ng pera po ito ng taong bayan. The committee for its part will promptly study remedial legislations which can be pursued to avoid these kinds of issues. I therefore urge the parties to settle their differences amicably. Punan po natin kung ano po ang mga pagkukulang. The longer that this issue drags on, the longer our country is exposed to embarrassment in the international sporting arena. Huwag po natin sayangin ang karangalan na dala ng ating mga atleta noong mga nakaraang taon para sa mga issue na maaari namang pag-usapan at ayusin. Pwede naman pong ayusin niyo po ito. How can we unify as a nation and win in international competitions if we cannot even see eye to eye as one nation and one team? To end, let us avoid pointing fingers, considering that there is no determination of guilt or liability from any tribunal. Ang importante lang po dito ay nagbibigyan natin ng kaukulang tulong ang ating mga atleta. As much as possible, I'm asking all Filipinos to just support and pray for our athletes as they regularly compete to bring honor to our country. Let me repeat, yung National Academy of Sports, tangkilikin po natin sa lahat ng mga atleta. Mag-enroll kayo doon para po ito sa inyo. Sa mga estudyante na gusto mag-aral, sa mga athletes naman na the same time, aral, nagtitraining, training, nag-aaral. Para po ito sa inyo. Again, thank you. This hearing is hereby suspended.
Salamat,
Thank you, Mr.
Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po sa lahat.
Early morning pala sa Italy ngayon.
Thank
Si
you.
ano.
Thank you very much,
EJ,
Senators, for hearing me out.
Thank you.
Salamat,
We'll
salamat.